Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Reiss and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com. The Rink, a collection of shops, offices, restaurant, and bar in the heart of the Garden District, located at Washington and Britannia with on-site parking available. TheRinkNOLA.com.
Dreams. Dreams keep us going. Dreams keep us growing. Dreams keep us thriving. Hancock Whitney. Your dream, our mission.
This program is made possible in part by the generous support of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew B. Wisdom, celebrating the traditions, history, and pageantry of the carnival season. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex and is proud to support this special program. James and Erica Reiss, proud to support WYES. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Small home retirement living is available in Uptown New Orleans through Poydras Home and the Greenhouse Project, where each resident designs their days to be meaningful and bright. Gautreau's Restaurant and their newest concept next door, a venue. Standard Mortgage, proudly helping Louisiana families purchase homes for 100 years. Fidelity Bank, your local choice for over 100 years. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Chaffe McCall, celebrating 200 years of legal service in New Orleans and around the world. CAPTRUST, bespoke high net worth, family office, and institutional investment services. More information is at captrust.com. Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White are proud to support WYES and this broadcast of the Rex Ball. Additional support by Bellwether Technology. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Home Care Solutions provides compassionate in-home elder care to keep loved ones safe and comfortable in their home environment while giving family members peace of mind. Galatoire's Restaurant, supporting New Orleans causes and cultural programs through its Galatoire Foundation. Gallo Mechanical Commercial Air Conditioning and Plumbing, design, build, and service for over 80 years. Gallo Mechanical. Additional funding is provided by Jonathan C. McCall and TLC Linen Services. Live from the Sheraton Hotel and the New Orleans Marriott Hotel on historic Canal Street, bordering the French Quarter, WYES presents the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Reiss and Comus. And now, here is Peggy Scott Laborde.
Good evening. I'm Peggy Scott Laborde. Welcome to the 2025 Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Reiss and the Mistick Krewe of Comus. We'll visit with Carnival royalty, past and present, and we'll look back at Carnival 50 and 100 years ago. This year's monarchs have already had a busy day. Let's see what they're up to the rest of the year. From his downtown office as a partner at Chaffe McCall law firm, Howell Crosby has a spectacular view of the city, second only to the view the longtime Rex lieutenant had today.
It's a real honor to have even been considered, let alone selected to be Rex.
A distinguished lawyer who has served for 5 years as his firm's managing partner, Crosby's roles in Rex have included serving as the crew's attorney for almost 20 years and helping establish the Pro Bono Publico Foundation after Hurricane Katrina.
Over that 20-year period, we have now given over $14 million to public education in New Orleans. Last year was $1.3 million.
Both Howell Crosby and his wife Katie have long resumes of civic involvement. He has served on the City Council and a list of boards and committees, such as the Industrial Development Board, Methodist Health System Foundation Board, and as president of Market Umbrella, which oversees local farmers markets.
It really brings healthy eating to the citizens of New Orleans. It introduces the farmers, literally farm to table, for people here. And I get a big smile every time we go to it to see people and how they've grown and gotten bigger and bigger.
Crosby has also served on the boards of City Park and the Louisiana Children's Museum.
To see where it's gone today and to take my grandchildren there, and it's just exciting, and it's a wonderful organization and a wonderful thing to have here for people to visit, both locally and that are visitors to the city.
This New Orleans native graduated from Metairie Park Country Day School and Tulane University. He grew up in Picayune, Mississippi, where a nature preserve bears his family's name.
The Crosby Arboretum was established to memorialize my family's commitment to forestry and natural areas. It was developed on an old strawberry farm that we had in Picayune, Mississippi. Some of the architecture that's on there is by a very famous architect, Fay Jones, who developed Pinecoat Pavilion there.
Crosby has become a sort of architect and builder himself, custom making dollhouses for his 7 grandchildren.
What I do is I sit down and talk with them about what they want, and then we design the dollhouses, and I've done a firehouse for one grandson, a French police station for another one, a regular old dollhouse for one granddaughter.
When he's not building, Crosby can sometimes be found tending to the chickens he raises in the family backyard, or playing the banjo.
I started playing when I was 15 years old and played it through college, and then you get married, you have children, and I put it down. And I started picking it up again about 2 years ago, and needed to catch up a lot after those years, but I've enjoyed trying to pick it back up.
So how did this year's Rex learn he had been selected for the honor? He was summoned by the captain to the Rex Den, supposedly to look at some water damage to the King's Room.
We opened it and stepped in, and there was some Rex leadership there, and I thought I was interrupting a meeting, and the president of Rex asked me, well, we're looking for somebody to go next to the photograph of John Eastman, Rex 2024, and I thought they were asking my suggestion, so I was thinking of all the worthy people in Rex who should be king, and they said, well, we were thinking of you. And so it was a very humbling, exciting, kind of a surreal moment, but when you look at what these people do in the community, is just incredible. So individually and collectively, the Rex organization and its members, I'm very proud to be part of that and to have this honor of representing them in 2025 as the King of Carnival.
The 2025 Queen of Carnival, Tatum Lady Reiss, is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. James Reiss III. A few months ago, her father, who reigned as Rex in 2022, shared the news that Tatum had been selected queen. Her mother, Erica, was visiting her in Rome, where Tatum was studying abroad.
My dad FaceTimed me wearing his Rex mask, and I didn't think anything of it because I assumed that's just something he would do. And they handed me a box and said, oh, here's your Rex ladies pin. And they give me a Rex ladies pin every year, so I didn't think anything differently. But when I opened the box, I pulled out an inflatable crown. And I didn't even know what that was going on. I didn't get it. And they go, blow it up, put it on your head. So I put it on my head, and then it starts to click. Oh my gosh, I am this year's Queen of Carnival.
Designing her dress has been a particular highlight.
I wanted to base it off of my time in Italy, so I used olive branches as my design. Suzanne Perron designed my gown, and I texted her a week after my mom told me that I was going to be Queen of Carnival, and I said I want to do olive branches for a design. It started out as just scribbles on a piece of paper in a text message to gold fabric, beads, crystals, and just this beautiful work of art that she has created.
As former Rex royalty, Tatum's father has been able to give her advice about what to expect on her big day.
When he was Rex, he says that it goes by so fast, in that he wishes that he could stop and smell the roses more and be more in the moment, so that's kind of what I'm trying to do.
An Isidore Newman School graduate, Miss Reiss is a senior at the University of Arkansas, majoring in communications with a minor in equine science. She spent a summer interning at Gayle Benson's Kentucky Thoroughbred Racehorse Farm. Her volunteer work in equine therapy has taught her the value of using horses to help young people, veterans, and the disabled.
We've had instances where we've had kids who were nonverbal their entire lives say their first words while up on a horse, and you just see kids really come out of their shell and really embrace who they are while on a horse, and just learn that they're capable of so much more than they think they are.
Tatum's family has strong Rex connections, including her great-grandmother, Alice Peake Reiss, artistic designer for Rex in the 1950s and 60s. Tatum is longtime friends with this year's Queen of Comus, Mary Grace Jenkins, and remembers watching the Rex Ball on TV as a young girl.
I have a fond memory of Ellie, who was last year's Queen of Carnival, and I watching the Rex Ball together when we were around 10 and 11 years old. It's such a full circle moment knowing that she and I, as little kids, were watching this ball, not even knowing that we both would end up being Queens of Carnival.
Big fun though.
And welcome again to our live broadcast. Joining me this evening are Errol Laborde, Mardi Gras historian and author of the book, When Rex Met Zulu and Other Chronicles of the New Orleans Experience. Welcome, welcome, E.
Thank you, thank
Hello. And of course, Will French. Will is the historian archivist for the Rex organization. He works on preserving and researching the Rex original history, along also with a special emphasis these days on digital and video archives. He is also a local attorney and tax credit financier for the film and historic preservation industries. Welcome.
You got all that right, Peg. Thank you so much. And I've got to say before we get started, happy Mardi Gras. Happy birthday, Errol.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to give a shout out to my kids and their friends at Case Western University in Cleveland, at TCU in Fort Worth, and here in Uptown New Orleans.
All right. Well, let's actually go back to yesterday and kick off with the Lundi Gras celebration at Riverwalk, and just talk about what was happening there with Rex alighting from the Coast Guard cutter.
So this is that tradition that Errol helped to restart something like 40 years ago. It had been done in the early 1900s. I think we stopped it in 1917. And it's a great tradition where the King of Carnival comes in on the Coast Guard cutter and greets the mayor and greets Zulu, and is given the key to the city, and he decrees that there will be no administration, no work, no taxes, and she usually agrees with everything except the no taxes part.
Oh, we're going to sit back for a second and hear him talking about these wishes.
Be freed from their studies. The children are very happy right there. And permitted to participate in the pageantry, that the mayor and the city council cease and desist from governance for this one great day, and join in the revelry, taxing neither themselves nor others.
And here is King Zulu.
It's my pleasure to share. This is a memory on behalf of the Zulu Associated Pleasure Club. Remember the poster, the party don't stop.
No, it won't.
3, 2, 1.
Then, of course, the big fireworks show.
Big fireworks, too. And then going on, of course, to the Royal Run early this morning. Well, right?
Early this morning, and this is something we do every year, and the king will race the queen, and the queen wins 100% of the time. But, of course, remember that the queen is in her 20s, and the king is usually in his 50s, 60s, or 70s.
And Bo Riley is normally the MC. And And of course, his dad, Butler Riley, was the one who really kicked this off initially, wasn't he? There he is.
I was a little worried that this might not happen because we moved our parade time up today, but they still found the time to squeeze it in.
This was about 6-ish, 6 or 6:30.
That's right, 6 o'clock.
Not very windy Mardi Gras day.
Yeah, look, not a bit of breeze at that point.
There you go, with the ancient cannon here.
Oh, look, he's giving her a run for her money.
Okay.
And
Queen always wins, huh?
Queen always wins.
Now, Eric, we had an on-site reporter, too, for that, right?
Excuse me?
Didn't we have our friend Justin Winston who said...
Yeah, he goes out, he gets up early in the morning, and today there was confusion what time it was because the Rex parade was early, but he got there, and it was the same results. The Queen didn't win. It was
Yes,
close, though. It was close. It was
Yes.
like about
Well, another real tradition early on Tuesday is the flag ceremony. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this is something that we love to do to honor our military members every year. So this year we honored Jim Letton. Jim Letton spent 30 years with the Department of Justice. He spent 12 years as a U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana, 20 years in the Naval Reserve, protected many presidents along the way. Just a fantastic public servant, and it was our honor to honor Jim Letton today.
And Monsignor Amon was on hand, as was Archbishop Amon
Hannon.
and Monsignor Nolte.
Yeah.
And there's Mr. Christy Brown and the wonderful top hat.
Very unusual for the Archbishop to come. I think we set a little history today.
Yes, indeed. Now, there was also a special tribute, wasn't there?
So let's talk about Sam Morris, because we can't think about the flag raising and even the Rex Den without talking about Sam Morris. He was the longtime custodian of the den, but more importantly than that, he was a friend to literally every one of us. I don't remember a time when I didn't walk into that den and Sam didn't greet me with...
And also a veteran.
What you say,
Yeah.
Will.
Mm-hmm.
He served for 6 years in the Marines during Vietnam and was just loved by all. Dr. Hales there on the right actually said the eulogy at Sam's funeral. He died of a stroke several months ago. Things are just not the same without Sam around. And so we know he's smiling down on us today and that he will always be with us. We miss Sam Morris.
Yes. Well, next up, the parade, and as we know, because of potential inclement weather and lots of wind, the parade still went on. But there's a really special connection and theme this year. Set up, which you're about to preview.
La Belle Epoque. So. The theme this year was La Belle Epoque, which was this beautiful period from 1871 until the start of World War I. But really what I wanted to dig down into was all the French traditions, the French connections. How did the French carnival traditions get to the New World in the first place? And why is it still in our DNA? So take a look at this feature that we did on French connections.
Let's find out.
This year, the Rex procession has a very French theme, La Belle Epoque. Join us as we explore the many French connections to Mardi Gras in Louisiana, starting with just exactly how the French Mardi Gras traditions arrived in the New World to begin with.
Mardi Gras made it into Louisiana when Pierre Lemoyne, Sieur d'Iberville, first got the charge to establish a colony here. It's the winter of 1699. He and Bienville and their crews are coming up along the Alabama and Mississippi Gulf Coast, and they enter the river around March 1st, 1699. And on March 3rd, he puts in his journals these words, March 3rd, day of Mardi Gras, and he goes on to make some navigational and geographical observations. Later that day, he reports again in his journal that they camp at that point and they named it Mardi Gras.
So we always talk about New Orleans being America's most European city, but in reality, at its heart, it's a French city. And if Paris and New Orleans weren't sibling cities, sister cities, especially in the early centuries, they were awfully close cousins.
So the theme this year is La Belle Epoque, and it's something that I kind of fantasized about doing for several years. La Belle Epoque is the period in Paris between the 1870s to the beginning of World War I. And it was a time of relative peace and prosperity. And it was really all the little seeds of modernity that we think of today. One of the things that I noticed when I first started studying those old designs in Mardi Gras from the Golden Age in the 19th and early 20th century was the influence of what was happening in the fine art world and the decorative arts at the time. And so when you look at something like the Belle Epoque and the influence of Art Nouveau and all that stuff, you can see that translated into those early Mardi Gras designs.
Politically, it was a time of upheaval. Kingdoms were out of favor. That wasn't true in New Orleans. A wonderful kingdom was born during the Belle Epoque, and that was the kingdom of the King of Carnival. The artwork of La Belle Epoque certainly found its reflection here in our carnival art, particularly with the School of Design. La Belle Epoque was a period of artistic stretching and reaching and excitement. And our parades, our invitations, our jewelry, all of that is a product of that time.
That special connection with France isn't limited to New Orleans, but it extended and expanded throughout U.S. history to create a special bond between the people of both countries. That bond is often symbolized by the Statue of Liberty, which occupies a place of honor as the final float in the 2025 Rex procession.
It's a French gift to the U.S. 100 years after the Declaration of Independence, sculpted by Bartholdi in the frame, in the iron frame shaped by Gustave Eiffel, the one who did the Eiffel Tower. And I have the feeling sometimes, it's a bit of irony of history, we call it in French, that we've been paid back now by the many generous US donors who helped rebuild Notre Dame, the Cathedral of Notre Dame, and among them Madame Benson, who was a really strong donors. I know she doesn't like that we speak about it because she's very discreet, but she's been very instrumental into helping Notre Dame getting rebuilt. So it's again the continuity of the friendship between France and the US, between France and Louisiana.
On March 3rd, 2024, members of the Rex organization, along with the French Consul General, commemorated the 325th anniversary of the landing of Iberville at Pointe de Mardi Gras, the auspicious turning point in our history that saw the birth of our city, our carnival traditions, and ultimately, Rex.
We've been here for a long time. We've been here since the very beginning, and I can assure you this friendship remains today, those exchanges remains today, and we will continue to cherish this beautiful friendship between France and Louisiana.
And now we get to see the parade and some highlights of today's parade, because perhaps a lot of people did not get to see it, unless on TV, of course. But set that up.
Look, we had a beautiful parade. La Belle Epoque, the procession was a parade about artists, done by artists. The theme was picked by our artistic director, Caroline Thomas.
And before we go there, our Rex tribute to
a beautiful young lady who I've gotten to know over the last few months, and we've become very close and fast friends. This morning she was a little faster than me in the race, but nonetheless we got through it. She's a wonderfully talented lady. I'm so happy to have her with me tonight.
So this is Pascal's Manale.
Please, everybody join me in a toast to the Queen of Carnival.
The first time we've ever done the toast there.
Lady Reiss.
And it was wonderful. Beautiful parade, all about artists and dance and
Fuller, yes.
And improvements in technology and transportation. Just really beautiful floats. You see how exquisite they are. Look, I have to hand it to Richard Ballady, royal artist, Caroline Thomas. They go the extra mile with everything they do. And I say it every year, it's the most beautiful parade that we've ever put on the streets. I think they've outdone themselves this year as well. That's Marie Curie there. And look at, there's a journal with the two elements that she discovered. Only person to win the Nobel Prize in 2 different disciplines.
Absolutely. And that theme, of course, is enhanced by the fact that we're so lucky to have Carnival, and yet in France, it actually went away and came back. Errol, give us a little background about that in Paris.
Well, you know, you look at the history of carnivals in Europe, and it's a little bit different than what people expect. You know, people think that everything that came out of Europe was ancient and filled with traditions, but there have been some changes. The most incredible or surprising change is that people would think that perhaps that Paris is the epicenter of carnival history. And it is true. I mean, there was something that resembled a celebration of carnival going back to the 1200s. But the formal celebration in Paris ended suddenly in 1952. They stopped doing it. It could have been because of recovering from World War II or the rise of communism or various social problems. But they stopped it. And then, so there wasn't no Mardi Gras celebration in Paris until they brought it back in 1997.
And we're so used to now, you know, Carnival in Venice, but people should remember to go to Carnival in Paris too, huh?
Yeah, but what did emerge was carnivals in other places. In Venice, in 1873, they started the carnival. That is the biggest in Europe. It's a big celebration. Also a town that's important to Rex history, Via Reggio in Italy also started its parade in 1873. And so a lot of things were going on. And Peg, what I think is that if you look and you see Rex starting in 1872, you see the Nice parade in Via Reggio starting in 1873, that these were part of the same spirit of the Belle Epoque that we're talking about here, because the same sort of progressivism that was going on over there, I think people were hearing about over here, and I think the people over there heard about what New Orleans was doing.
A symbiotic relationship.
I think New Orleans influenced those parades, yeah.
Absolutely. We're so glad to have with us Dr. Stephen Hales, and Dr. Hales is of course, the longtime Rex historian, archivist emeritus these days, but still pretty involved. And so we look to him to talk about the wonderful sort of side art, as I guess the invitations, the proclamations, but I know you wanted to pay special attention, something that was very special on some of the floats today.
Yes. Today was a very lovely day, wasn't it? In every way. I mean, beautiful art, beautiful history, beautiful culture. Adaptable. We have to be adaptable. This is a different Mardi Gras.
Do we ever? But unfortunately, January the 1st was the day, a very sad day, and you all paid tribute in memory to the people who were
and
gone.
that January 6th, the kickoff event for Mardi Gras, our captain joined with other captains and really dedicated this year's parades to those who lost their lives in that terrorist attack. And made a nice point that in New Orleans we celebrate, we mourn, we celebrate. Sometimes those come close together. A second line after a funeral, a good example. This emblem was put on the side of our King's Float this year and was offered to other organizations in memory of those who lost their lives there. This celebration went on, but it was not, we don't forget.
We can't forget, not at all. And let's, though, move on and talk a little bit about, as we said, some of the beautiful art renderings. First off, the proclamation this year.
Yes. This was a beautiful, Cynthia Carrier-Sewell prepared the proclamation, the art print. A beautiful example of really many of the elements from our theme this year. The Eiffel Tower, the beautiful art of Van Gogh and other artists. You see sunflowers and the many things evoke that beautiful period where art flourished, science flourished, a period of peace and exuberance, really. And I think that's an exuberant piece of art.
It certainly is. And we move on to Rex's Royal Edict.
Yes. The edict is really just, you can draw a direct line from what Rex did in the beginning, which was to send out edicts and invitations, railway stations and other places, commanding people to come to New Orleans and celebrate with the King of Carnival. Now, you send out a command, people can ignore it. Well, they didn't ignore this one. They came and they filled the streets of the city to see rolling works of art and to celebrate the season. We send this out now over the internet and to tourist agencies and all around the country, around the world, to renew that tradition, to say, look, this is where the party is, and Rex, the King of Carnival, invites you to come.
And to any ball, there must be an invitation?
An invitation. And, you know, I think you all have been talking about this golden age of the Belle Epoque, but it was also the golden age of Carnival. And Carnival art included beautiful paper arts. The Rex invitation this year by Matthew Hales really brings back those beautiful die-cut, folded invitations with beautiful elements of this period. I think this one will be a collector's item. I think Matthew Hales works with the Tulane Innovation Institute, but I think he wants to come back as a lithographer from the 19th century.
I think so, and I have to actually show it to you in my hand just so you can get a sense of the size of it. So we will also show this in person. Here we go. It is really magnificent. And when you're talking die cut, just for the uninitiated, very specially.
Exactly right. And, you know, not too many years ago, invitations like this came with a single fold. And I think Matthew Hales probably drives some printers crazy these days.
He did. And also the program for tonight.
The program, also the work of Matthew Hales. And often some of these elements may come, Errol, you might recognize the Rex there. It comes from the 1891 Rex Ball invitation. But the beautiful element under the crown really comes from this Belle Epoque imagery. And you know, when I sort of chuckle when I see people walk out with a half a dozen programs under their arms. You know, somebody's enjoying this art.
Well, I wouldn't want to be accused of that. Gee. But they are eminently collectible, you know.
They are.
And you've hinted at it, but we should say that Matthew Hales happens to be your son.
Matt is our oldest son and a very gifted artist and very generous with his work. Rex's look from the Golden Age is one of stone lithography, of beautiful work, subtle colors, beautiful imagery. And to bring that back so we can enjoy that today has been part of his mission. And I think Rex's look is, whether it's on the website or elsewhere, it hews back to that Golden Age.
You know, I know you and I have been very fortunate to watch over the past year the development of Caroline Thomas, Rex's art director. And it is just astounding because this theme was her baby, her idea.
It was her baby, from the gleam in the eye to execution. And she is unique among Rex artistic directors in that she not only makes these elegant sketches, but she helps bring those to life in the den. I mean, and forever, Rex's artists would create beautiful sketches, send them off the den, and the artist would say, "We can't do that. That's too hard." Caroline has to do her own work. So if she's going to have a fight, it's going to be with herself. And this is the most beautiful parade, from gleam in the eye and concept to sketches and the beautiful execution. Seeing that on the parade route today just made me grin ear to ear. I've seen these floats in the den over the past year come to life. But they need sunshine, they need a crowd around.
Absolutely.
And Caroline hit it out of the park with this one.
Well, as always, it's tradition to have you with us, and we so appreciate you being part of our
I'm always happy to be here.
Thank
Errol,
you very much.
Peggy, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, though, let's go over to Will.
Hey, Peggy, I'm here with Warrant Officer Aaron Carpenter. He's the head of the Marine Forces Reserve Band, and he's going to tell us a little bit about everything they've been doing down here for Carnival. But first, Officer Carpenter, tell us about the Marine Forces Reserves in general.
Thanks, Will. Basically, the Marine Forces Reserve is a force in reserve that the Marine Corps has. We're stationed all throughout the country. We have normal, everyday civilian jobs, but when required, we are called upon to supplement the Marine Corps active duty forces anywhere in the world.
Gotcha. So you just got posted here in New Orleans. Where did you come from?
I came from New York City. I was the audition coordinator for the Marine Corps band program, and that was my 4th duty station.
Okay, so now let's talk brass tacks. You covered a lot of miles this carnival season. Tell us about how many parades you did, how many balls you did, things like that.
We covered about 21 different parades, so about 100 miles and about 4 different balls between here at Rex, the Zulu, and Cayman, as well as 12th Night Revelers.
100 miles. Peg, you can't see this, but I can see that he's got a hole in his shoe right over here. Wow, that is something else. You can't do that all with one single band. How many folks came in to help you?
Correct. We brought in the Quantico Marine Corps Band from Quantico, Virginia, as well as the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band from Cherry Point, North Carolina, to assist us in that. They've done a great job supporting us here in Carnival this season. It's been a blast having them down.
And will you be stationed here for very long?
Actually, no. In June, will transfer to my further on assignment, which is the Marine Forces Pacific Band in Kailua, Hawaii.
And then we will get yet another warrant officer in charge of the local Marine Forces Reserve Band. Well, thank you very much for being here, Officer Carpenter. Happy to have you. Thanks for everything you've done during Carnival.
Thank you, Will.
Back to you, Peg.
All right, thank you so much. You know, family history and generational links are celebrated in this year's Royal Anniversary Preview, as Diane Mack takes us on a look back at the Rex monarchy of both 50 and 100 years ago.
For this year's Rex Retrospective, we gather at the Rex Den to hear stories from 100 years and from 50 years ago. We begin with the 1925 King of Carnival, Leonidas Poole, known to friends and family as Lonnie. The remarkable self-made king grew up in New Bern, North Carolina. After the death of his parents, he went to live in New Orleans with his aunt and uncle. Jim Amos, retired managing editor of the Times-Picayune, is Lonnie's great-grandson.
He gets a job as a messenger boy for the Hibernia Bank. So the lowliest of lowly positions in the bank, and gradually works his way up. He becomes a vice president of the Hibernia Bank, and in 1918, at the end of World War I, he decides to form his own bank, the Marine Bank and Trust. My grandmother, who lived to be 104, told me about him a lot, and her sister wrote a memoir, and one chapter is devoted to her dad, Lonnie Poole, becoming King of Carnival in 1925. Papa is king. To us, he was always a king, but in 1925, he was chosen King of Carnival. All this made the honor doubly great for Papa, as he had, quote, immigrated to New Orleans from North Carolina, and there was no line of Carnival royalty behind him.
The Queen of Carnival in 1925 was Marguerite White, and Marguerite's family had quite a lot of Rex honors. Her father, Sidney, had been Rex just 4 years before in 1921. And her younger sister, Yvonne White, was queen in 1932.
The theme for the Rex Parade in 1925 was the romances of Fanland.
Interestingly, the crown and scepter that belonged to Mr. Poole in 1925 do reflect the theme of the parade, which is rather unusual. But if you look very closely at the design in the crown and in the tip of the scepter, you can see a very elaborate fan design. That was a very special way of carrying the theme through all the way to the costume that the king himself wore.
The 50-year Rex Queen is Margaret Pratt Logan Freed, lovingly known as Puff. The longtime Houston resident was reunited at the Rex Den with the dress she wore to the 1975 Rex Ball. Puff was joined at the Den by her brother, King Logan, a Rex lieutenant. They grew up on the West Bank after their parents, Samuel and Margot Logan, moved across the Mississippi River, where their father, a surgeon, established a clinic.
He got involved with building the West Jefferson Hospital and was very much a participant in the success of the hospital.
Puff, who was studying abroad, discovered she was queen the day she flew home.
And got off the plane and got home and then immediately turned on If Ever I Cease to Love. And Dad took me outside. I'm gonna cry. Dad took me outside and then walked me in and we had a little scavenger hunt. And that's how they told me. They were so excited. The next day I was headed to Town and Country to start working on the dress. And Mom and Dad chose the whole thing. I think that Dad was very sensitive to using something that really symbolized Louisiana, and that's where the fleur-de-lis came up.
February 11th was a balmy Mardi Gras day in 1975, and throngs of people turned out for the Rex Parade.
I remember the Boston Club going out on the stand for the first time, and the crowds on Canal Street. It was magical.
Harry McCall, a noted attorney and civic leader, was chosen to reign as Rex in 1975.
He was just so sweet and so gentle, and just always wanted to make sure I was comfortable with what I was doing, and gave me a beautiful toast. I think my favorite moment was walking out with Harry McCall and seeing the crowd in the municipal auditorium. It was overwhelming for a little 20-year-old from Gretna, Louisiana.
Margaret Pratt Logan was happily very close friends with her counterpart, the young woman that she shared the throne with, It was Alston Montgomery who reigned as Queen of the Mistick Krewe of Comus that year. Alston's family has quite the pedigree in carnival, going back to her great-grandfather. Robert Downman reigned as Rex in 1907, and Alston's mother, Anne Cock Montgomery, reigned as Queen of Comus in 1947, and Alston's own daughter reigned as Queen of Comus many years later.
The meeting of the courts is the culmination of the whole event. Comus escorted me, and then Rex escorted the Comus Queen, Alston. And that was fun. It was kind of sad when it was all over. It was all sort of dreamy.
So much fun to reminisce. For such an historic event, it is only fitting that we include a few historical questions to test your knowledge of carnival history. We will have 3 questions during tonight's broadcast with some wonderful prizes for those who submit all 3 correct answers. Here's the first quiz question. And now our first carnival quiz question. H. Alvin Sharp introduced, through Rex, this contribution to carnival. What is it? Our prizes: a 2-night stay in a deluxe room at the Four Seasons Hotel in New Orleans on Canal Street. Valid until April 1st, 2026, and donated by the Four Seasons Hotel, New Orleans. A $500 gift certificate to Plush Appeal, the Mardi Gras spot, located in Mid-City and offering Mardi Gras beads, gifts, decorations, and party supplies year-round. Donated by Plush Appeal, the Mardi Gras spot. A carnival necklace and copies of the books Louisiana Lens, photographs from the Historic New Orleans collection by John H. Lawrence, and Enrique Alferez, sculptor, by Katie Bowler Young. Donated by the Historic New Orleans collection. A copy of the 2025 Rex Proclamation by artist Sin Carrier Sewell, donated by the Rex organization. A copy of the 2025 Rex Parade Bulletin with illustrations by Caroline Thomas, donated by the Rex organization. A copy of Errol Laborde's book When Rex Met Zulu and Other Chronicles of the New Orleans Experience, published by Pelican Publishing. And a DVD of this broadcast. We'll tell you where to send your answers later in our program. I am so excited, and I have like a list of questions. We could be here all evening and have so much fun. Mrs. Gayle Benson. Hello, welcome.
Hi, how
welcome
are you?
to the ball.
Thank you.
And there is a Queen Tatum connection
Yes.
here because she actually spent time at your thoroughbred racing farm.
She did, yeah. She spent time there this summer and had a great time. She was just perfect over there. Enjoyed the horses, watched one being born. She had a great time.
Oh my goodness.
She saw it all.
Right. Well, we're talking about the French connection tonight, of course, and the importance of you being recognized by Rex, but also with the French ambassador tonight, because the Saints have the only NFL marketing rights in France.
Yes, we
do.
do. Oh, that was so great. When that came up, I raised my hand very quickly.
I bet you did, just the business development alone. But also, we can't be remiss. We have to talk about the Super Bowl, and you were very busy being a very, very genial host.
It was very busy.
The party, Gayle.
Thank you.
And I know you pay such special attention to details on those parties, too. Was this a few years in the making?
Oh, it was. You know, once I knew that we were going to be awarded the Super Bowl, I secured the park and then some other things that I wanted to do, and I worked with the designer to make it happen the way it did.
Wow. Well, also this French connection, I know your heart is very much committed to St. Louis Cathedral, but also you've been very involved with the restoration of Notre Dame in Paris. Tell me about that.
That was just such a blessing. You know, I met with the former ambassador, and he helped secure the rights for me to get in the building while they were renovating, because I wanted our architect and designers to meet with them. And I took some people from Fox 8, Sandy Breland, Bob, and Dave McNamara, and so they got lots of footage from the Notre Dame. And so we're working on a documentary and they're going to put that out.
That
it's
is
so
amazing.
exciting. So we're combining that with the St. Louis Cathedral to make it, you know, because France and New Orleans are just so connected. And so that's why it was so important for us to have the ambassador here tonight.
Well, tell me where we are in terms of the cathedral.
We are in the process of raising money for it, and we have a little ways to go, but we'll get there.
Well, and you know, when we're talking about this, I don't think as many people know that it does need some TLC.
Oh, it needs lots of TLC.
The infrastructure I'm talking
you know,
about.
you can't see it from a distance, but when you go there and you really pay attention and you look at some of the other problems that it has, then you know it needs desperate work. And so we're going to start that work pretty soon.
Wow. Well, I have to always ask you about your magnificent dress.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's just, the dress is nice, but I'm so happy to be here and be part of Rex. I just feel so blessed that they asked me here tonight, and I feel so humbled that they're going to honor me. And you know, they have the same philosophy as we do. I mean, help people in the community, and they do such a great job. And I feel like the Saints and Rex are so connected, and all the people there, and it's just so nice. And I was at the breakfast, the Queen's breakfast this morning. It's just so nice.
Well, we also have to always point out, you know, you run teams, and that's fun for a lot of the spectators, but it's a business, and the leadership that you exhibit.
It's a business, but there's also many other businesses that I run. But I have many good people that work for me, and it really is a blessing to have so many good people that can help execute what I need and want.
Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And now it's time to thank those who have made this evening's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Additional support by Bellwether Technology. Small home retirement living is available in Uptown New Orleans through Poydras Home and the Greenhouse Project, where each resident designs their days to be meaningful and bright. Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com. Chaffe McCall, celebrating 200 years of legal service in New Orleans and around the world. Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White are proud to support WYES and this broadcast of the Rex Ball. Brennan's restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Additional funding is provided by Jonathan C. McCall and TLC Linen Services. CAPTRUST, bespoke high net worth, family office, and institutional investment services. More information is at CAPTRUST.com. The Rink, a collection of shops, offices, restaurant, and bar in the heart of the Garden District, located at Washington and Britannia with on-site parking available. TheRinkNOLA.com. James and Erica Reiss, proud to support WYES. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. This program is made possible in part by the generous support of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew B. Wisdom, celebrating the traditions, history, and pageantry of the carnival season.
WYES is going country and western
at the 2025 Gala.
Proudly presented by
the Oscar J. Thomas Charitable Trust.
A night of food, music, and fun
at the WYES Studios, Thursday, May 8th.
And don't forget to bid
during the Gala online auction.
See you there!
WYES goes country and western for the 2025 Gala, presented by the Oscar J. Thomas Charitable Trust, Thursday, May 8th at the WYES Studios. Tickets at wyes.org/events.
And now it's time to join Errol with a very regal guest.
Well, this gentleman with me right now, if we had wanted to talk to him last year, we'd have had to go to the throne because he was last year's Rex. Mardi Gras last year was February 13th, so that was his big day. Now that you've had a little bit more than a year to think about it, what was it like?
Well, it's a celebration of family, and it's an opportunity to really express your love affair for the city. But the most important and fun time that I had was meeting my family at 4141 and just had a great reunion in the middle of the parade. So that was very, very special.
So you had family members that came in for the parade and you had a reunion with them?
We did. Both of my children live out of town, one in Houston, one in Mississippi, now in Costa Rica. And it was just marvelous having all the grandkids up on the float and just embracing the moment, and it was just absolutely fantastic. I just loved it.
You know, Rex had a long day because they have this tradition where early in the morning they go and do the Royal Run, so you got to get up and go run of all things. Then you have all the duties, then you have the post-ball events. How long of a day was it for you?
Well, it's a long day, but it surprisingly goes by just lickety-split. The time just becomes a time warp. And before you know it, it's over. It's an amazing, it's like a dream almost. And so you want to embrace every moment, but it flies by quickly.
Do you have any special moments from the parade, something that you saw or something that has stuck with you?
I do. Being an LSU fanatic and enjoying my, the old school, and having my bio published in the paper, there were so many LSU signs and T-shirts and listening to the fight song repeatedly throughout the entire parade. I mean, many, many times. It was really kind of rewarding. I really enjoyed that.
So what's it like after someone is Rex? Like, do people call you Rex from then on, or do they say Hail Rex when you walk into a meeting? Or?
Well, my wife said, "Hey, Rex, take out the garbage on Wednesday morning." But after that, yes, there's a great deal of respect for the honor, and it's a great honor. But at the same time, you have to stay in humility and understand that you represent the organization and you want to do the best you can. But at the end of the day, we just put our pants on like everybody else.
Now, how did you find out that you were selected to be Rex?
That was fascinating. I went on what I thought was a church call to raise money for a capital campaign, and when I was there, they started playing the fight song for LSU, and I stopped and I looked, and about that time the Crown Council came out from behind the back of the house, and they were standing there, and I was just awestruck. I said, "Oh, come on, you can't mean it." And they said, "Yep, Johnny E, it's your day." So it was pretty amazing.
It seems to me a very exciting moment has to be the moment, okay, you're sitting there in the den, you're on your throne, on the float, and then they open the door and you roll out, and there you are, and there in the crowd. That has to really be an exciting moment.
It's quite astonishing. But what's really fun is at the den, before you get on the float, there's a great tribute to the country with the Star Spangled Banner, their prayers. It's a really magical moment. The military is involved. It's really just a very heartwarming, and then you realize the impact and the magnitude and the responsibilities that you have, and so you try to live up to it.
And do you feel do you have a good rapport with the crowd? I mean, can you actually hear people talking to you, and can you talk back to them? Or?
Yes, you can, as a matter of fact. You can hear a lot, and especially during the day, you can pick people out. People say hello, you recognize friends. It's just pretty amazing, to be honest with you.
All right. So this is John Eastman, who was with Rex last year. Seems like he had a very joyous reign. And I assume this year's Rex seems to be enjoying it so forth, except for the weather. At least you had good weather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Errol, Ball. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the ball, including a performance by the Marine Forces Reserve Band. So we're getting all ready for it. Once again, Will French has joined me, and Errol will join us in just a few moments. But we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the throws that were thrown today,
Sure.
with more of an eye on sustainable.
That's really the trend where everything is going, right? We want to stop clogging up storm drains with Chinese beads. So we've got to start moving. Now, look, carnival traditions die hard. But so we're doing some things like we're throwing coffee grounds. And this is from our partners with Neutral Ground, set us up with this whole package of things that are very desirable, things that people will actually take home and not just leave on the street. These are wildflower seeds, purple, green, and gold wildflowers that you can take home and plant and really start to do something, pretty, instead of just having old beads, on a tree or in the gutter.
So very clever too. And bubbles.
Bubbles and glitter kits and all sorts of things. Just like I said, things that people won't throw away, but they'll bring home. And they were all packaged in this beautiful jute bag, which in and of itself is sustainable, and you can carry all the rest of your throws home in it.
And you're continuing those metal cups?
Right, because metal cups are more collectible than plastic cups. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not throwing plastic cups. This is our beautiful theme art for La Belle Epoque, an Alphonse Mucha inspired image on the cup. And then we have a second cup this year, which was based on our proclamation, which I know we already discussed. Beautiful proclamation by Sin Sewell. It needed its own cup, and it really is beautiful. The two of them very much are collector's items.
And beads still reign, don't they?
As you know, we do one different bead for each float, and people love to collect the full set of float beads. They will chase the floats until they get the bead from that float, and the artists really did a great job this year with the float beads.
And let's also talk about a really lovely tradition, the Ducals.
Yeah. So we've been doing Ducals ever since the early days of Rex, and the old Belle Epoque Ducals were big and jeweled. They were designed and manufactured in Paris. Now we use something like this every year. So this is our men's Ducal for this year.
And I love the peacock design incorporated.
Which is very much a Belle Epoque design. In fact, that was based upon a Ducal that was originally used, I think it was in something like 1879 with the peacocks. And of course we had a peacock float this year for Louis Comfort Tiffany. So the coordination here between the creative departments within Rex really, did a great job of incorporating all these different elements.
And of course, the ladies' Ducal is much smaller than the men's Ducal, and the ladies will wear that out, okay, on a dress or whatever.
And they'll wear them all carnival season long with all the rest of their pins also.
Exactly, but the men, that's a tradition that they wear them only at the ball. Is that correct?
Only at the ball and a few other select events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and the various pins too. I love the fact that there is a king's pin and a queen's pin, and let's talk a little bit about some of those.
Yeah, and we have some unusual ones this year also. So this is the king's pin. He sends these out to all of, all the women that he's close to. And so this has a lot of symbolism in it. It's a Fabergé egg. He raises chickens for eggs in his backyard. It's got pine branches. He's from Mississippi. The magnolia is the state flower of both Mississippi and Louisiana, where he is connected to both. The three pearls to represent his three children. And you'll see the magnolia flower has 7 petals, 7 grandchildren, and it has a small 8th one in the middle. Well, there's another grandchild on the way. So much symbolism here. Now, this is something very unusual. He did a pin called the King's Royal Guards. And whereas his granddaughters would be getting the ladies' pins, he wanted to have something that he could give to his grandsons. And so he had this made, and he gave a few of them to other members of the organization who were sort of helping him and helping Katie and his grandkids through this whole process. Really special.
Very special. I'm looking forward to interviewing Katie Crosby, the wife of Rex himself, a little bit later.
She's fantastic.
She is amazing unto her own self.
Yes.
We'll talk more about that too. But you can see the dance floor is starting to clear because we are awaiting the arrival of our monarchs, Mr. Hal Crosby and Miss Reiss. Lots of exciting doings here. But first up, we're also going to be awaiting the Marine Band. And We should point out, though, this is not your typical ball. This is really a reception, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, it really is. Balls involve lots of dancing and things like that. This is very much the presentation of the court and the King of Carnival and the Queen of Carnival, and then to allow everybody, all the members and all of their friends and guests to come in and pay their respects and bow and curtsy and blow kisses, and really just to have everybody be greeted.
Yeah, and look at the incredible colors worn by our ladies tonight. And also, we should point out that beautiful, gorgeous, it's almost like they coordinated right there in that row, didn't they?
I don't know how they do it, but they always look so beautiful, and the colors are always so vibrant, and they really bring a lot to the ballroom floor.
Let's talk a little bit about the ballroom floor,
Sure.
because Foster Awning, what a job. I've seen them roll out that incredible canvas. And of course the military, many members of the military are here tonight too.
You would think that you would just reuse that canvas, right? Just vacuum it and use it next year. Nope. That gets cut up and it gets sent to the school children and the schools around the city for their artistic programs. And now we hear the voice of Mark Romig.
Rex organization is proud to salute the men and women in the United States military services, particularly those serving in combat zones.
There's Mark.
On behalf of the Commander, Marine Forces Reserve, Marine Forces South, Lieutenant General Leonard F. Anderson IV, we are honored by the presence of the Marine Forces Reserve Band. This evening, the band is under the direction of Assistant Director, Warrant Officer Aaron Carpenter, and the drum major, Staff Sergeant Christopher Miller.
The band is comprised of 51 active duty Marines stationed aboard the Marine Corps Reserve Support Facility in New Orleans, Louisiana. And of course, they go all over the country. And the band supports the Marine Forces Reserve Major Subordinate Commands, the Marine Corps Recruiting and National Community Relations Program. The drum major is Staff Sergeant Christopher Miller. And you just spoke to Mr. Carpenter, C.W. Carpenter,
I sure did.
about all of the work that they've been doing.
I don't know how they do it. He really did have a hole in his shoe. He's been walking way too much. And they'll start with the national anthem.
Please rise to the playing of our national anthem.
Beautiful rendition.
Thank you. Please be seated. Carl King's Hosts of Freedom is a bold American march from the early 20th century, written in the grand style of Sousa. While King spent much of his career writing for circus bands, this piece reflects the military precision and patriotic fervor of the era. In New Orleans, marches like this were the foundation of early jazz, with brass bands adapting them for second-line parades, a tradition still alive today. Written in 1888 by Louis Gann, La Père de la Victoire, or Father of Victory, became an anthem for French troops during World War I. Its determined rhythms and bold writing reflect the grandeur of Belle Époque era, a period French influence on New Orleans was very strong.
time period, doesn't it?
I love the way they incorporated La Belle Epoque into the music tonight as well.
Yeah.
Published in 1914, That's a Plenty bridges the ragtime era and the rise of early jazz. What started as a syncopated piano piece became a brass band favorite in New Orleans, where the city's musicians transformed marches, ragtime, and blues into something uniquely their own. Tonight, it's a nod to that energy, an era when jazz was taking shape in dance halls and streets across the city. In this rendition, we will feature Sergeants Isaac Valaro on clarinet and Henry Tibble on trumpet in a style and sound that is uniquely New Orleans.
Fun.
The band performs over 300 concerts and ceremonies a year, more than 20
while
in
sailing
support of
home from
Carnival.
France, John Philip Sousa began composing The Stars and Stripes Forever in his head, inspired by a surge of patriotism. Written at the height of the Belle Epoque, it quickly became America's most famous march. In New Orleans, Sousa's music found a second life in the city's brass bands, whose musicians blended military precision with improvisation. Finally, we will feature the piccolo section of the Marine Forces Reserve Band, Sergeant Morgan Poland, Corporal Dana Badek, and Corporal Kevin Montero, performing our nation's march's famous piccolo feature.
Actually many bands in one. There's a brass band, a ceremonial band, a concert band, small ensembles, even a jazz combo.
If you or a loved one has served or is currently serving in the armed forces,
I love this.
Please rise
This is what we
when
call
your
the
service song is played.
our royal trumpeters. Barney Floyd on the left and Dr. Todd Engelhardt on the right. Dr. Engelhardt is a cardiothoracic surgeon. Actually, he's on the left, and Barney's on the right. And he's a Grammy nominee. All right, Will.
Yeah, here we go. We've got the King of Carnival and the Queen of Carnival now coming out onto the dance floor.
Mr. Edward Howe Crosby and Tatum Lady Reiss. And Rex, we should point out, is always in gold. You'll see later on, Comus is always in silver. Ms. Reiss has so many accolades, including working, as we said earlier, with equestrian bridges and many fundraising programs, and she loves horses. But she also just has a great sense of humor. We can see that today with the Royal Run and talking about the wind. But she is very interested in marketing and communications and therapy and something always to do with horses. She loves her horses. And
she really is, I think, quite used to all this because she's been raised in this family that's been so involved in the Rex organization. So she's so easygoing about everything.
She is. And as a sub-dep, she actually reigned as Queen of the Apollo Ball and was in the court of Les Pierrettes.
So we've heard a lot about our Rex, Howell Crosby. Let me try to add a few more things. And you're going to hear this time and time again tonight. This is a very proud grandfather. Just about everywhere you'll see in his story, he keeps coming back to the importance of his grandchildren. If we take a look at some of his accomplishments, he was the general partner of the Chaffe McCall law firm, managing partner from 2014 through 2019, served as the president of the American College of Mortgage Attorneys, a board member of the Methodist Health System Foundation. That foundation's mission is to support, develop, and manage health-related programs and access to services that benefit the citizens of the metropolitan New Orleans area, with an emphasis on the communities of New Orleans East, Gentilly, and St. Bernard Parish. They've invested more than $40 million in the greater New Orleans community. His civic leadership is very impressive, and he was once named as an interim New Orleans City Council member for District A. He served as a member of the New Orleans Industrial Development Board, a member of the Human Relations Commission for the City of New Orleans, vice chairman of the New Orleans Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. There was some question about how a deek could be allowed to hold that position, but it did in fact happen. Board of Trustees of Metairie Park Country Day School, board member of the Crescent City Farmers Market, board of directors of the Young Leadership Council, and the Children's Museum. Howell Crosby is certainly very accomplished.
You know, we see Archbishop Amon in the audience tonight. There could be a reason, because both Howell and his wife Katie are very involved with the Catholic Church. They are Eucharistic ministers. They also have been awarded the Order of St. Louis IX, which is the award given to people in the Catholic Church who make great significant contributions to the parishes and the archdiocese.
Here, I've got a story about Harold that you're going to love. So he told us at the Meet the King party the other day. He said, look, I grew up on a farm, a Black Angus farm outside of Picayune, Mississippi. And we rode horses and tractors, and we just basically got dirty on the farm. But every Mardi Gras, they would come down to watch his father ride in the Rex Parade. And they would stay at the Pontchartrain Hotel, and they would go out on the parade route, and he would see that King's float coming down the street, and he would be mesmerized by all the regalness of it, the king and the pages and the beautiful float. And he would think to himself, maybe one day they'll let me drive that tractor.
Well, he gets to do a little more tonight, doesn't he?
I want to give special recognition to the two men escorting him. One is Christy Brown, who's a former Rex, a former captain, and the president of the School of Design. The other is James Reiss, who's a high-ranking official for the Rex organization. It's good to see these men in this moment of glory. They're smiling because they've been through hell this past week. It's been a tough week, having to make a very, very tough decision about whether or not to have the parade or not. Difficult time. And so to come to this moment, I was noticing the way that they were smiling. It was all worth it. Here we are at the big moment now.
And any moment now, we're going to be awaiting the court once our queen and king get settled. Our court and later our debs. And in the background, we're hearing If Ever I Cease to Love being performed by the Jimmy Maxwell Orchestra, the anthem of Carnival, the anthem of Rex, dating back to the 1800s. And first up, Carolyn Taylor Bienvenue. She is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Paul Albert Bienvenue IV, and she is actually a senior at the University of Alabama, majoring in business. And actually, Miss Bienvenue's sister, Madeline Ann Bienvenue, was presented in the Rex Court in 2018. Beautiful young lady.
She's being escorted by Mr. Michael Quirk Walsh III, son of Mr. and Mrs. Michael Quirk Walsh Jr. His mother was the former Nancy Ann Finnegan of New Orleans. He's a graduate of Isidore Newman School. He's currently a senior at the University of Mississippi, majoring in history. He's a member of the Kappa Alpha Order at Ole Miss. Mr. Walsh's father served as a page in the court of 1983. They are being escorted by last year's King of Carnival, Johnny Eastman, and Duncan Brown. Fun story about Mr. Walsh. He was an animator in 2014, which was the very coldest Rex we ever had, rainy and freezing cold. He was inappropriately dressed for it and turned blue. His father had to put him in a hot bathtub to warm him up all afternoon long.
Oh, goodness. And next to arrive, Miss Elizabeth Talbot Rogers. She is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. James Ted Rogers III. She is in her fourth year at the University of Virginia, majoring in finance and accounting and minoring in art history. She's on the dean's list, and she intends to pursue a career in the financial services industry.
In fact, she's going to work for PwC in New York after graduating. Her grandmother, Pamela, was a docent at our New Orleans Museum of Art here in town. She's being escorted by Mr. Adam Duke Worth. Mr. Worth is a graduate of Isidore Newman School, where he was a member of the football team, captain of the track team, and earned MVP honors in track. They're being escorted by Michael Milling and Jack Laborde. Mr. Worth graduated from the University of Alabama, majoring in commerce and business administration, and minored in real estate. He was a member of the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity. His father told me a story that one Mardi Gras, he fell down off of a ladder and busted his head, had to go get stitched up and fixed up at Children's Hospital, and insisted on going right back out to the ladder when he was done to keep watching the parade.
Oh, my goodness. And next up is Miss Marianne Pratt-Villery. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Saint-Denis, Julian Villery, and she is a senior at the University of Alabama, majoring in kinesiology. And her father was a page in the Rex Court in 1988. Her mother was a maid in the Rex Courts of 1996. And her brother, Kyer Pratt-Villery, was a page in the Rex Court of 2020. And the list goes on. Her great-grandfather, go ahead.
It goes on and on. She was also the Queen of Proteus last night, which made for a very big Mardi Gras season for her. They're being escorted by Sandy Villery, her father, and Story Charbonnet. She's being escorted by Mr. Thomas Hughes Sayre, who's a graduate of Metairie Park Country Day, where he was a member of the soccer and cross-country teams. He graduated from Southern Methodist University, majoring in business administration and sports management. At SMU, he was a second-century scholar. Mr. Sayre works for the New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans in operations.
And Miss Villery's great-grandfather, Ernest Celeste Villery, reigned as King of Carnival in 1968. And now we have up Miss Charlotte Ann Galloway. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William Randolph Galloway. She's in her fourth year at the University of Virginia, majoring in accounting and IT and minoring in its business analysis.
And she's being escorted by Mr. Charles Claiborne LeBourgeois III, or Clay. They're being escorted by Michael LeBourgeois and Robert Bowe. Mr. LeBourgeois is a graduate of St. George's School in Middletown, Rhode Island, where he played soccer. He spent his junior year fully immersed in Spain with the host family while carrying a full course load. He graduated from the University of South Carolina, majoring in real estate with a minor in Spanish and earning a concentration in data analytics.
This name sounds very familiar. Miss Flora Elizabeth French. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. John Fenner French. She is a senior at Sewanee, University of the South, majoring in political science, and is a member of Beta Kappa. And her father was Mr. French's father was a Duke in the Rex Court of 1986. Her sister Rebecca was a maid in the Rex Court of 2020.
Okay, so that's my niece, and I can go on and on and on about all the family, members who have been in Rex, but I'm not going to do that now because we don't have enough time. I've got some great stories about young Flora French, being escorted by her grandfather Ron French and Michael Kearney, being escorted by John Milton Polk Hugie. Mr. Hugie is a graduate of Isidore Newman School. He graduated from the University of Virginia, majoring in economics. For 2 years, he served as the co-chairman of the UVA chapter of Ducks Unlimited. He's an analyst at WDG Real Estate Partners in Atlanta, and his interests and hobbies include playing golf, tennis, and duck hunting.
And coming up is Miss May Heidensfelder Manning, and she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Cooper Archibald Manning. She is in her 4th year at the University of Virginia, majoring in English, and her father was a Duke in the Rex Court of 1997. Her mother was presented to the Rex Court in 1990, and the list is very long here, isn't it?
It is. And she's being escorted by Mr. Timothy Sims Favreau, Jr. Mr. Favreau is a graduate of Isidore Newman School, where he was a member of the football team and participated in Moon Dance Adventures, a summer camp featuring trips and travel for teens during the summers of 2017 and 2018. Mr. Favreau graduated from the University of Alabama and majored in history and minoring in political science. They're being escorted by Mr. Ludovico Fioli, former Rex, and Mr. Westy Ballard. As a member of the Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity, he served as new member educator, judicial board member, and the National Undergraduate Advisory Board, and was pledge class president.
And yes, her brother is
Arch Manning. So, but look, we've got the best Manning on the team this year.
And coming soon is Miss Victoria Lividay Neesett, and she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. James Robert Neesett Jr. She is a senior at the University of Alabama, majoring in Spanish and communications, and her cousin Eliza Hollis Neesett was a maid in the Rex Court in 2023.
Livy. And she's being escorted by Mr. Clifford Pipes Fitzhugh. Mr. Fitzhugh is a graduate of Woodbury Forest School in Virginia, where he was a member of the golf team. He graduated from Texas Christian University, TCU in Fort Worth, all right, go Frogs, majoring in history. He was a member of Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity. He's currently working for International Sureties in New Orleans. His interests and hobbies include playing golf, hunting, and fishing. Mr. Fitzhugh served as a page in the Rex Court of 2014. His grandfather, Paul Park Carr McElhenney, reigned as King of Carnival in 2006. And his great-great-great-grandfather, John F. Clark, reigned as King of Carnival in 1920.
And escorting them, Will? We'll have to see the
get
front,
a good look there.
Here we go.
That's John Mills on the left, and that's Mr. Bill Grace on the right.
All right.
Former captain of the Rex organization.
And coming up is our final maid of the evening, and the name should sound somewhat familiar. Miss Madison Elizabeth Hales is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Benjamin Hales. She is a senior at Fordham University, double majoring in digital technologies and emerging media history. And her grandfather was Dr. Stephen Wilson Hales, of course, who reigned as Carnival and King of Carnival in 2017.
That is one very proud grandfather tonight, I'll tell you that. And did you catch that one of her majors is history? Would you expect anything less from the grandchild of Stephen Hales?
And there's Stephen, too.
And there's Dr. Hales escorting her along with Hardy Fowler. She's being escorted by Mr. Frank Hampton Gamilla. Mr. Gamilla is a graduate of Isidore Newman School, where he received the Headmaster's Award and was captain of the football and lacrosse teams. He graduated with distinction from the University of Virginia, double majoring in media studies and American studies, and earning a minor in entrepreneurship. He's a member of Zeta Psi fraternity, where he also played goalie on UVA's club lacrosse team.
And we are now awaiting our debutantes. But also some very special presentations.
That's quite an impressive court.
It surely is.
His Majesty Rex sends greetings to Mrs. Gayle Marie Benson, a leading citizen and patron of New Orleans, and His Excellency Laurent Billy, Ambassador of the French Republic to the United States of America. The Rex organization asks that Mrs. Benson and Ambassador Billy please receive its royal decoration.
So we do this every year. Every year we will honor a special guest. This year it's Gayle Benson and Ambassador Laurent Billy. Gayle Benson, I will tell you, there is not one person more important to the future success of the city of New Orleans than that woman right there. The city is lucky to have her and the talented team of people that she works with. She is and will be for a very long time the main philanthropic contributor to just about every significant charitable organization in this city. And we're so grateful that she could be here tonight to receive the royal decoration.
And I know that she was very honored as well. We talked to her a little while ago. She's very excited about this.
And the French ambassador to the United States, Laurent Billy. Fun that we have a French theme this year with La Belle Epoque, and that we could arrange for the ambassador to join us to just reiterate this special bond between France and the people of Louisiana and France and the people of the United States.
Right atop the Rex crown.
Wonderful. You'll remember that last year we actually had Japanese visitors when we had a Japanese theme, so maybe you're seeing a tradition beginning.
And the year before, the Italian flag wavers, the flag throwers.
And the Italian ambassador.
Yeah.
Rex wishes to warmly welcome special debutantes of the season, who will now be presented to their majesties.
And our first debutante is Miss Ava Sienna Atwood. She is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William Maddox Walmsley. She is a senior.
Sienna Atwood.
Okay. And she is
Mr. and Mrs. William Maddox Walmsley.
She is a senior at the University of Arkansas, majoring in communications and minoring in marketing. And her great-grandfather, Hughes Phillips Walmsley, reigned as the King of Carnival in 1969.
She's also a Cayo with the Queen of Carnival at the University of Arkansas. So they're sorority sisters, which is kind of fun. I bet there are a lot of people watching at the University of Arkansas tonight. And she's being escorted by her father, Mr. William Maddox Walmsley. She's the niece of Sems Walmsley. Peg, you might remember that last year we only had one Deb.
Yeah.
This year we have 8. This was a very big class full of wonderful ladies, and so we're happy to have so many this year.
Miss Gaines is a senior at the College of Charleston, majoring in public health. She works at the Medical Center of South Carolina Hospital as a nurse technician while attending school, where she is also a part of a student research team. And her sister, Olivia Marie Gaines, was a maid in the Rex Court in 2024.
That's right. She's being escorted by her father, Mr. David Gaines. She's a graduate of Metairie Park Country Day School. Hobbies and interests include being outdoors, being active, playing sports such as pickleball. She enjoys the beach, cooking, the art of food and wine. Upon graduating from college, she plans to attend nursing school.
Ms. Kehoe is a senior at Loyola University, Chicago, majoring in communications and minoring in studio art. And upon graduating, she plans to work in public relations. Her mother was a maid in the Rex Court of 1987, and her sister, Elaine Roth Kehoe, was presented to the Rex Court in 2019.
She's being escorted by her father, Roth Kehoe. She's a graduate of Marist School in Atlanta, where she was a member of the lacrosse team, Studio Art Club, and the German Club. She was also a cheerleader. She is the third daughter in her family to be presented as a debutante in Rex.
Miss Serena Elizabeth Krewe, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Brian Marshall Krewe.
Miss Krewe is a senior at Colby College in Maine, majoring in government. She is on the dean's list and has interned at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. She plans to pursue a graduate degree related to public policy and access to health care.
She's being escorted by her father, Mr. Brian Krewe. Her interests and hobbies include skiing, hiking, and traveling. Upon graduating from college, she plans to pursue, as you said, in healthcare. She apparently has 8 girls in town with her from Colby College, and they're all at home watching.
Miss Charlotte Hayward Perino, daughter of Dr. and Mrs. Patrick Eugene Perino.
Miss Perino is a senior at the University of South Carolina, majoring in finance. Her hobbies and interests include fishing and running, and upon graduating from college, she plans to work in the finance industry.
She's being escorted by her father, Dr. Gene Perino. Little known fact, she was a queen once. She was the queen of the Krewe of Chaos, not the chaos that has a parade, but the children's group that parades down Octavia Street in uptown New Orleans when she was just a young lady.
Ms. Perlis is a senior at the University of Georgia, majoring in finance, international business, and environmental economics. After graduation, she plans to pursue work in investment banking industry, and her sister, Caroline Elizabeth Perlis, was presented to the Rex Court in 2018.
She's being escorted by her father, Mr. David Perlis. Interestingly, she was the Queen of Hermes last year. She's also a graduate of Metairie Park Country Day School, where she graduated cum laude, was vice president of the National Honor Society, chaired the Community Service Committee, served as captain of the volleyball team, and additionally lettered in soccer and football.
And Ms. Talbot is a senior at the University of Alabama, majoring in public health, and she's on the dean's list. And her cousins, Caroline Daines and Elizabeth Downey Daines, were each presented in the Rex Court of 2014 and 2009.
She's being escorted by her father, Brent Arnold Talbot Sr. She's a graduate of Isidore Newman School, where she was a state runner-up as a member of the cross-country team, and she also participated in track, volleyball, and soccer. She was co-captain for the Relay for Life.
Ms. Thompson graduated cum laude from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, earning a degree in public relations to strategic communications. And she is currently working in public relations in the hospitality industry in Orlando, Florida. I wonder where she's working. And her great uncle, Charles Whitney Boudin, reigned as King of Carnival in 1934.
She's being escorted by her father, Mr. Peter Thompson. She's a graduate of St. Scholastica Academy in Covington, where she was a member of the National Honor Society, as well as the Science, Social Studies, and English Honor Societies. She was a recipient of the Advanced Placement Scholar Award, was active in theater, and was a member of the cross-country team. So the tradition here with the debutantes is that they will be given a pin by the president of the organization.
And you may have noticed in the backs of some of their lovely dresses are pins from other organizations that they've been honored at, too.
That's right. That's a fun tradition.
It is. Christy Brown, president of the School of Design, the Rex organization.
That's definitely better as a two-person job.
Yeah. And the page gets to go to work here, helping out too. And this pin actually depicts a crown, a tiny crown. And this, along with the Ducals and so many of the other lovely pins, we have to mention Adler's jewels.
They do an amazing job with all of the pins. It's hard to imagine that Adlers can do anything else throughout the year with all the pins that they have to design, create, fabricate, deliver for Carnival. It's got to keep them pretty busy.
Yeah.
They certainly do a wonderful job with it. You know, there's a little bit of a game with the pins, because like we saw with the King of Carnival's pin, there's a lot of symbolism in there, right? And so then people will start to receive them in the mail, and they'll try to figure out who the king is based on the little symbols in the pin. And then they'll also cross-reference who else they know that got that pin to see if they can triangulate back to one common source.
Our Debs for Rex 2025.
To present to this year's King and Queen, the Queen of the Carnival of 1975, Margaret Pratt Logan.
And she is known as a Puff.
Puff Reed these days.
And it's really hard to believe it was 50 years, because I remember I used to work with her brother King and him telling me, my sister's going to be Queen of Carnival. So it does go way back.
She's delightful. She tells the most fun stories about her reign. They lived on the West Bank, the Logans did, and Rex would not come to the West Bank back then to pick up the Queen of Carnival, so the West Jefferson Police Department picked her up at her house and whisked her across the Crescent City Connection to go and dress at her, I think, her cousin's house. She said she was just absolutely mesmerized when that limo, after she'd gotten dressed, went down St. Charles Avenue, and just the throngs of crowds who were cheering for her and pulling for her was very special, as well as when she walked out onto the grandstands on Canal Street and saw the throngs of adoring fans. And then when she came out here and stepped onto the ballroom floor and saw the members of the Rex organization and their wives and family members applauding her, it really touched her, and she remembers it to this day very fondly.
She and her family now live in Houston. Actually, they've lived in Houston since 1977, and she has 2 children and 5 grandchildren, and is very involved with the Junior League these days, and is a realtor.
And her king that year, Rex, was Harry McCall. He was one of the big players in Carnival for many years in different organizations.
Yes.
Also another Chaffe McCall partner.
Ah, yes.
Peg, you know what it's time for now.
Yes, I do. One of my favorite parts. I have many favorite parts, but this one ranks pretty high up there.
These are the Rex Ball lieutenants. As I like to point out every year, they did not wear these costumes on their horseback today because that would not be very pleasant aroma-wise for the crowd here tonight. Those are very clean, fresh costumes. They'll take the floor here, and they'll make an alleyway for the members of the organization to come and pay their respects to the King and Queen of Carnival.
For members of the Rex organization.
And officially it's called the Grand March. I think of it as the Grand Curtsy,
Yeah. And it's also referred to as the first dance, which is for the members of the organization. So here we have the King of Carnival's wife, Katie Crosby, Mr. James Reiss and Erica Reiss, mother and father of the Queen of Carnival. We have the president of the organization, Mr. Christy Brown, and his wife, lovely wife, Pia. We have the Graces behind them, Mr. Bill Grace and Ann Grace, Artie Fowler and Mrs. Fowler.
And we'll be talking to Katie a little bit later in our program.
Oh, and she is delightful.
Oh, yeah. There's Ann and Hardy.
And then in the third row, we have the Bushes and the Villeries. Sandy and Ann Villery.
And Sandy, long time involved with the ball, the details of the ball.
And currently the ball chairman.
Yes.
Andy Rinker. We've got the Duncans. That's Kelly Duncan and Carmen Duncan. We have the Cobbs. We have the Rubions on the left and the Graces on the right. The Liam Graces. Then in the next row, we have the Gollywasses on the left. We have the Labords, Jack and Peggy Laborde, the other Peggy Laborde. And then, of course, last year's royalty, the King of Carnival, Johnny Eastman and his wife, Kathy.
Yes, of course, and Jack, former Rex himself.
Now we see the Perinos on the right side there and the Clevas on the left. And behind them, starting on the left side, we have the Hemels, we have the Summer Hours, we have the Kerners, the Haleses, and then, of course, Arthur Hardy there on the right.
We'll be speaking to Arthur a little later, too. We actually saw footage of him on a float on TV today. One of the Rex floats.
He had a great time today. He loves unique Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
We have the Preers on the left and the Robert Graces on the right.
And Ransdell Preer is a former queen
That's
of Carnival.
right. Of course, there's Mrs. Benson and Greg Bensel on the right with the ambassador, Laurent Belly. Then we have Chris Cannon, Gambles. Now we have the Perlises on the left side there, and the Rareshides on the right. A big group coming behind them, including the Bergers, Daryl and Llewellyn Berger, the Matthew Houses. Oh, and that's Jimmy Rice and Pixie Reese.
Yes, Mr. Reese.
Jimmy Reese and Pixie Reese.
And
of course, that's his granddaughter up there as the Queen of Carnival. A nice special salute.
Yes.
And they're the Bergers and the Matthew Haleses. Of course, one of our Debs. And then I see the Jacobs.
Will Jacobs off to the left and his lovely wife.
Yes. And Sems Walmsley and the McKinnons and the Fiolis and the Eugies. And here we have the Mannings on the right, Cooper and Ellen. We have the Bows. No, that's lovely Tricia Sarpy, my fiance, on the far left. My daughter, Kelsey French, with her grandfather, Ron French. Oh, what a great look. I love seeing my daughter here, who's here to cheer on her cousin, Flora French. That's fun. The Montgomerys there. The Labords on the left, the Eric Labords on the left. Notable doctor here in town. The Gaineses. We have the Kearneys there, Susu and Mike Kearney. And Lynn Charbonnet.
Rex himself.
Yes, we have Bob and Polly Thomas. Who's in this big group? I see Helena Moreno and Chris Meeks. Potential future mayor one day. That's the Kehoes on the right.
I saw Jim Amos just now, too.
These are the Millses on the right. Shelby and Don Mills. Shelby does a tremendous job. There's Peter Thompson, the Thompson family. Shelby does an amazing job training all of the pages. We have the Haleses, the parents of Madison Hales, our maid, and the Will Hales is on the right. We have the Galloways, Bill and Denise Galloway there. She looks beautiful in the blue and white dress. Looks like the Talbots there on the right.
Yes. The line continues.
I think I see that's the LaBourgeois, Michael and Marley LaBourgeois. That's the Currances on the left as well, Richard Currance. That's Big Perry, Eastman, and Ninette. That's the Phillipsons, Randy Phillipson on the left. Rosenbergs, that's James Reiss again. I think I saw Philip Willem, but I'm not sure. Here's some more Frenches, Ben and Shane French there. Dana Hansel on the right. There's more Duncans, Foster and Sean Duncan. And there's the Birds. That's Sandy Wan. Sandy Wan actually served us caviar on the parade route today. Brought it out on a platter for the riding lieutenants. I've never had caviar brought to me on the parade route before. That was fantastic.
That was the first.
John and Michelle Randall, I see there.
And that view, by the way, is our Rex cam. Our camera is above the monarchs, very carefully hidden.
The Duncan Browns there in the middle. Sems Favreau coming up. Yep, the Favreaus. The Estradas on the left. Oh, the Barusas on the right.
Tracy Dundas and her husband off to the left. Wonderful fashion stylist, community activist.
I see the Worths on the far left. I see the Downings.
Mark Romig gets the bow. Off to the right.
And Robert, and that's Robert's sister. Then I see the Neesets behind them. John and Holly Neeset, Jim and Tori Neeset. Yeah, the Baxters in the middle, the Demases, George Demas on the far right. John Baxter with Hancock Whitney, also a supporter. Next, I see the Lanes on the left, Merritt and Ellie. It's the Goodyears in the middle, Chip and Elizabeth. And now I see
Nell Nolan. At work.
Who was Nell Nolan in this court 60 years ago? I think she might have been.
Her sister was Queen of Carnival, Betty.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of.
Now that is a curtsy. That is a curtsy.
Nell knows how to do it.
She knows how to do it.
There are the Lausches on the left, the Christian Hoopers in the middle, Deirdre looking beautiful in her red dress, the Fitzhughs, and Betsy Laborde on the right. There are the Andre Hoopers. There's Andre on the far left. The Ballards, that's Westy and his wife Francine and daughter in the middle. He is that is the cousin of the Queen of Carnival. Steve and Murray.
And the Wheatleys off to the left.
To the Rosenbergs and the Calhouns. That's Julie and Patrick Calhoun. She pulls off miracles with all the costumes for the members of the Rex organization.
And Kathleen Van Horn on the right, a very, very talented lady, premier costumer and designer.
There's King Logan, the Logan family.
King Logan right
that
there.
That is
yes.
Puff Breeds, the 50-year Queen's
and
brother.
King with his wife, June.
Yep.
Beautiful June.
The Fenners on the right, Elsabeth and Jim Fenner. That is Puff's sister. And Puff.
All right.
I think I see the ball lieutenant starting to line up towards the back. That will signal the end of officially the first dance, which was reserved for the Rex members. And then the floor will be open to non-members to come up and also pay their respects to the King and Queen of Carnival. We're going to have something very special that's going to follow the ball lieutenants, and when they come in curtsy, I see the Jacksons, the Conrad Jacksons there, the Mannings, Archie and Olivia Manning, Cooper and Ellen Manning. Here's the Bienvenus. Well, that's a big group there. I don't know that I can see all of them. Mr. and Mrs. Bienvenu. So behind the ball lieutenants are the Texas Cavaliers, and they're going to make a special presentation. I see Scott Duggins there. Happy birthday to Scott. It was his birthday yesterday. Kent and Jen Morrison, Alice Harrington, Leah Engelhardt, all looking very beautiful tonight. See Dr. Sean Connolly. And we're getting to the end of it now. I think I see the Donduses. Gretchen Dondus, Ann Long, Paul Long. That looked like Kate Werner. These must be sorority sisters, if I had to take a guess. Now we've got the ball lieutenants and their wives, so let's see who we've got there. We've got the LaBourgeois, the Gamillas. We've got the Walshes, Nancy Walsh. We've got, well, it's hard to see with the glare. That looks like the Charpentiers and the Dupuis, sweet Dupuis in her beautiful white gown.
Great job, Will.
All right, now look at this right behind them.
His Majesty Rex 25 invites everyone to participate in the dancing.
So here are our Texas Cavaliers. Now, this organization is about 100 years old, and they were formed as the San Antonio Men's Association to support horsemanship at the time when automobiles were becoming big. These days, they support the children of San Antonio. They support the Alamo. They raise between $8 and $10 million per year, and you see that they're giving this presentation of some of their memorabilia and flags to the King and the Queen of Carnival. And we just showed that image. They did this back in, I think, 1962, and had done it previously to that a very long time ago as well. They take care of their city like Rex and the Pro Bono Foundation, Pro Bono Publico Foundation try to do for the city of New Orleans. But we're talking about $8 to $10 million per year that they're able to contribute into their own charities and philanthropies. We could learn a thing or two from the Texas Cavaliers, and they really are a wonderful organization. They're so similar to the Rex organization. I had the privilege of getting on a float to come back after we got off of our horses at Calliope Street with those gentlemen. Gardner Peavy is their president, and they are just a superb crew, and we're so happy to have them here tonight. Thanks to the cameramen for catching that.
Absolutely.
More of the Cavaliers and their wives. They said, you know, we can learn a thing or two from you guys about how to put on a parade. Maybe you guys could learn a thing or two from us about how to raise money, which I thought was pretty funny.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we can.
Well, when you're in Texas, you got a head start as far as raising money.
Yeah, that's true.
You still have people honoring, too.
Yep. I mentioned briefly what's yet to come, that
yes.
in a little while the scene's going to shift to the Comus side, on the other side of the street at the Marriott, to the Comus Ball. Of course, it was Comus that started the parade tradition in 1857, and then we're going to see Rex be invited to the Comus Ball, and if precedent holds, Rex will accept the invitation. That is where you will see the famous meeting of the courts, when Rex and his queen go to the Comus side. And you see a little bit of dancing over there. But we're heading to what I think is a grand moment, and that is the closing of the curtain of Carnival. That'll come when after Rex has left, and there comes the point when what's left of Carnival is in the hands of Comus, who started it all to begin with. And so Comus and his lieutenants will symbolically close the curtain on Carnival. So we've got some heavy stuff coming on, some heavy symbolism. And really...
See Mrs. Fuselier.
Oh, and I see a very familiar face as well. Robin Cooper, our general manager, right in the center, WYES. Hello, Robin.
We wouldn't be here without Robin Cooper.
Our president and general manager, yes. But yay, Robin.
And the slacks on the right.
Here's Robin. All right, with Dana Hansel.
You know, the weather predictions were so dire for tonight about heavy rains and heavy winds. I thought that the attendance for the ball would really drop down tonight, because it's hard to come downtown and park with bad weather. And actually, a half hour before this ball started, there was the weather alert that heavy storms would be starting in 15 minutes.
Oh.
But yet the people came. They're here. There's still a big crowd. So.
Yes.
I thought the same thing, Errol.
Yes, the attendance seems actually bigger.
No shortage of people here tonight.
No, indeed. All right. I think we're going to be meeting the Rex pages pretty soon, too. We haven't had a chance to really talk about them. And there is a page for each Rex and his queen. So we can go to perhaps close-up shots of the pages. And the Queen's page, off to the right, is Mr. James Bush Le Bourgeois, and he found out he would be a page by actually it was a Christmas present. He thought it was a Christmas present, but he is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Michael Livaday Le Bourgeois, and is a student at Isidore Newman School, where he plays football and also lacrosse. And his dad was a Duke in the Rex Court of 1994. That's James Bush Le Bourgeois.
We like to tell fun stories about the pages, right? So his mother has been taking care of all these sorority girls because his sister was the queen, was involved with all this stuff. And so she's been doing laundry nonstop. So he put up a picture of her in the laundry room that said Employee of the Month on it.
I love it. And then we also have the King's page, Rex himself, William Connery Van Horn, off to the left. And he is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Wood Van Horn IV, and he participates in the school program at home. And he has made the honor roll, and he won the Sportsmanship Award in 2024. His great-great-grandmother, Gladys Reiss, was a maid in the Rex Court in 1917. And there's lots of Rex royalty in his past as well.
That's true, and his cousin is the current Queen of Carnival. Let's talk about Carnival secrecy with this page. He didn't even tell his grandparents or his sister that he was going to be a page in Rex until this past weekend. I mean, Carnival secrecy is so important. It makes everything so much more fun, and that young man is a perfect example of how you do it.
Absolutely. And now, though, I'd also like to take a moment to really focus on the beautiful gown that the Queen is wearing. And this gown is absolutely amazing. And we'll take a look at it. It really brings a touch of Italy. Look at this in the festivities. It draws inspiration from Miss Reiss's studies abroad or experience in Rome. It was designed by Suzanne Perrone St. Paul, and it serves as a tribute to the serene beauty of Italian olive groves. Perhaps we can maybe get a little bit of a wider shot on that. But the gown's design actually combines layers of luxurious gold silk lame, crinoline, and a custom beaded overlay with delicate blossoms and ripened fruit spread across the fabric. Look at, it is absolutely magnificent. And the white, gold, and sequins capture the elegance of the beautiful blossoms, beaded lace leaves, encrusted with shimmering Swarovski crystals. It is just absolutely magnificent. They breathe life into the olive branches and have quite a glow. And two embroidered doves actually embody the spirit of peace on that, and of course complemented by the wonderful collar and mantle. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. They really do glisten. A lot of thought went into that amazing gown.
So you know, the Queen of Carnival is probably the first person who knows that they're going to be involved with Mardi Gras the next year, because that dress takes so long to make. King of Carnival may not find out until the fall before Mardi Gras, but the Queen finds out very soon after Carnival.
Gee whiz.
Yeah, you can't whip that dress up in just a couple of months.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. And now, though, it is time to thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Standard Mortgage, proudly helping Louisiana families purchase homes for 100 years. Galatoire's Restaurant, supporting New Orleans causes and cultural programs through its Galatoire Foundation. Fidelity Bank, your local choice for over 100 years. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex and is proud to support this special program. CAPTRUST, bespoke high net worth, family office, and institutional investment services. More information is at captrust.com.
Dreams. Dreams keep us going. Dreams keep us growing. Dreams keep us thriving. Hancock Whitney. Your dream, our mission.
Gallo Mechanical Commercial Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Design, build, and service for over 80 years. Gallo Mechanical.
Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com.
Gautreau's Restaurant and their newest concept next door, a venue. Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White are proud to support WYES and this broadcast of the Rex Ball. This program is made possible in part by the generous support of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew V. Wisdom, celebrating the traditions, history, and pageantry of the carnival season. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street.
Join WYES for the North Shore Spring Fling, presented by LCI Workers' Comp. Come mix and mingle Friday, March 21st in your finest floral and festive attire. Live music, food, and drink at this beautiful home on the Mandeville Lakefront. Tickets and sponsorships available at wyes.org/events. Special thanks to our event co-chairs and committee. The WYES North Shore Spring Fling, presented by LCI Workers' Comp, March 21st in Mandeville.
I am so delighted. We have an extra special guest, and she is Mrs. Howell Crosby, also known, of course, as Katie. And Errol and I are thrilled because we've been longtime friends and known your family for many, many years. Well, tell me, first of all, about this dress.
So this dress was made by Katie Johnson of Royal Design House, and we had a grand time. It's a vintage silk with an overlay of Spanish flowers, I guess is
really stunning.
Thank you so much.
Well, tell me how told you that he would be Rex.
Well, it was a momentous day when it happened. We had just returned from a 40th wedding anniversary trip, and that morning at Fidelity Bank, our shareholders had just approved a conversion of the bank from a mutual to a stock company, to a publicly traded stock company. So that was very significant, the culmination of about 18 months of lots of work. And that evening we were sharing some wine to celebrate that and toasting, and Hal said, "Let's toast to you going public, and I'm going to be going public too. I've been asked to be Rex."
Wow.
So it was quite a day.
It was. And we should point out, you're the chairman of the board of Fidelity.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes.
But you're also involved with so many, so many wonderful civic activities as well. I know you're very close in your church. You're a junior league sustainer, which is a real accolade, as they say. The list is very long. Very long. So your family, or your children here?
Yes, our 3 children are here, and my parents are watching at home. Mom and Dad.
Judy. Hello, Judy and Alan.
But both of my brothers are here, and sisters-in-law, so we have lots of family supporting us. And I hope some of my grandchildren may be watching on TV. The others may be asleep.
Well, tell me about the preparation. I mean, once you find out, there's a lot to do, isn't there?
There are a lot of lists. There's a lot of list making to do, and a lot of planning. And Hal and I actually really had fun with that. And we really had fun keeping the secret just to ourselves early on. You think it's going to be hard, but we sort of enjoyed keeping that quiet.
Do you get serenaded by the banjo sometimes?
He's a wonderful banjo player. He hasn't had quite a lot of time to work on that over the last several months, but he's been playing the banjo since we were dating.
And I guess with those eggs, do you make a lot of omelets?
Oh, there's nothing better than a fresh laid egg. Yes, we eat them most mornings for breakfast. They're absolutely delicious.
Well, thank you so much for being with us, and congratulations. What a lovely surprise. And really, congratulations for all that you do.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Well, Errol, we are going to go to the dance floor just for a moment, and you can see it's starting to clear. We've got a lot going on here, don't we? Oh, my goodness. And we've got Arthur Hardy coming up and so many other folks. But we are just so excited about what's going on here, and how, just the tribute there.
Oh,
he
lovely.
Just must have, and the list of all his accolades too. But it really means something that the Crosby family has given so much to the community.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
It's been a lovely, lovely honor.
Yes. And we are going to go to the dance floor, and I know we have so much happening here too.
I always say we go to general dancing, and you actually see a general dancing.
Yes.
So,
Yes. And now, though, we have another interview. Let's toss it over to Will.
Hey, Peg, I'm over here with the parents of the Queen of Carnival, James and Erica Reiss. Boy, what a day you all must have had. Erica, tell us about it. What was special about it? How did the day go?
Well, of course, Pascal Manales was amazing. We had the best time. It's the first time they've ever had the Rex Court there, along with the Comus Court, and we had such a nice time with our family and friends.
That's awesome. James, you've overseen this process with other queens year after year. What's it like when now the queen is your own daughter?
It's a lot more stressful and a lot more work.
So you're a military man. You're a captain of the military. Tell us a little bit about rank and the importance of rank, especially in the household when now you've got a queen in the house. Who outranks who, a queen or a captain?
Well, we've always had a general in the house, and the general is standing right here to my right. That's the person who's really in charge. But having a queen has been a great experience for the whole family, not just for Erica and I, but for Tatum's siblings, Brooke and James. We've all had a blast with it. Thank God Erica's been right along with me in the process of working with other queens in the past on behalf of the Rex organization. And so she's been able to give Tatum a lot of guidance and a lot of thoughts about how to make this a smooth process. And other than some 40-mile-an-hour winds, it's been a smooth process, at least in the Reiss household.
It was a little bit windy out there today. Erica, what will you never forget about this whole process?
Well, just watching my daughter and all of our family and friends coming to Pascal Manales and then watching her reign, it was just really incredible. It was very moving. I'm very proud of her. And we just, as a family, it's so fun and exciting.
And so the evening is not over yet. I mean, we're still at the ball, then there's a queen supper. Does it end there or no?
Well, she will no longer be queen after tomorrow. It's Ash Wednesday, but we're excited. Everything is going to be great tonight, and we are so excited. The whole city is just going to be celebrating Mardi Gras. So
she did such a great job, and I think it's because she sort of grew up in a Rex family. I feel like all of this is just sort of second nature to her. She really handled it well, gracefully, smoothly, calmly. Really is a testament to her upbringing.
And her father, who is...
I don't know about that. She's an Arkansas Razorback. She's a great kid. She had an absolute blast throughout this entire process, and especially today, even with the twists and turns of whether or not we were going to have a parade. But to see her smiling face up there is bringing us nothing but joy, and we're thrilled for her. But yes, it will be over. It will end.
I'm sorry that it has to end, because I'm sure that was the best, most fun year of your life, other than maybe the year that you were Rex King of Carnival.
Thankfully, that ended too.
With that said, we'll turn it back over to you, Peg.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go to the dance floor for a moment just to see that it's a lot of rocking and rolling here. But oh my goodness, it looks like we have a special guest. We have a special guest. Look who's here. Hello.
Hello, Peggy. Hello, Errol.
Hi there. Hi there.
I'm here on behalf of a grateful Rex organization to wish Errol a very happy birthday and to thank him for his many decades of service to New Orleans' Carnival celebration. Thank you, Errol, and happy birthday.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. I will convey this to him.
And I'm here to present a beautiful set of Rex cufflinks to you, Errol.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's a busy evening for you. We appreciate you taking the time. Are you surprised? I'm surprised.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of hoping this morning that Homeland Security could cancel birthdays, but they didn't do that. But it all worked out well.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It really means a lot.
We thank you for what you all do for Rex and for Carnival. Thank you so much.
All right. Most appreciated. Thank you for your time, too. Wow.
Thank you.
This is great. We're going to go back to the dance floor, and we know there's a lot of jazzing up there going on, and it's starting to clear a little bit, but it really means a whole lot. Wow, that was a nice surprise,
Yeah.
There is general dancing now. Hi. So great to see you. And we have another wonderful special guest here, and this is Margaret Pratt Logan Freed, also known as Puff, though I always knew you as Puff.
Yes, it stuck with me all my life.
Absolutely. And seeing that footage, Puff, of you at the Boston Club. And I love that white hat that you had on, too, that white suit.
And how about that puffy white collar? And it was 78 degrees outside in New Orleans that day.
Oh my goodness. Now, how did you find out you would be queen?
The way I found out is I had been in Europe and flew home in July. My parents picked me up. We went home, and all of a sudden my father turns on If Ever I Cease to Love. And I was, I'd been gone for so long, and I was so far removed from anything in New Orleans at the time. So what they did a little scavenger hunt.
Oh.
And I went around the house, and there were little hints, and I still it was the last thing in the world I ever imagined.
And we're going to show some of the footage, actually. Talk about reminiscing here, too, in just a moment.
And finally, the last surprise was I went upstairs and timed it. Oh, look at it.
At this time to respond and say that I hope that all of you, the entire group who is watching this, will join me in a toast to Her Royal Majesty, the Queen of the Carnival.
Oh my goodness, that was quite a suit. Love that. And look at the ball.
Oh gosh.
That dress, that magnificent dress. Tell us about that.
Well, the dress was designed, the design was actually done at Town and Country here in New Orleans.
Yes.
And then they sent it to New York. And there was a designer in New York who sent various ideas to us as to how to decorate that dress. And my father was absolutely adamant about having a fleur-de-lis design.
Wow.
And so so the dress is basically fleur-de-lis all the way around.
Well, I have to tell you, I remember your parents very well.
Yes.
Because they too, and your dad, of course, a longtime doctor, and pioneer really in the West Bank in terms of medicine.
Correct.
And your mom, a real community activist.
Oh, very involved in the community. And I think was very involved with WYES at one time.
Yes, she was a long-time volunteer.
That ball was at the Municipal Auditorium.
Yes.
So just seeing that footage is historic, too, to see that old building where so many balls were held from the 1930s until the 1980s.
Exactly.
So about 50 years worth of balls.
Yes. It was absolutely, and what I miss was working out in the very beginning and just waving our scepter. Dolly Ann Parker was adamant about saying, be sure to greet the crowd above in the balcony, because that was so important to acknowledge that they were there.
Of course, she did ball etiquette lessons for so many years.
She did.
Lovely lady.
Yes, lovely.
And her dad, Doc Souchon, being a jazz pioneer and very involved with the Rex organization himself, and she a former queen. But I remember. But the family, the Logan family, has long been involved with Carnival and King, and of course, I consider myself a friend.
Yeah,
I mean, he was been very dedicated to the Rex.
King has just been. Well, the rest of us left. I have my brother and my sister. We all moved on, and King decided just to stay here and carry on the tradition, which is so wonderful.
Yes. My goodness. Now you've been living in Houston.
I'm living in Houston. Moved to Houston in 1977. Met my husband shortly afterwards, and married here, and two children, both of whom are here tonight, and 5 grandchildren.
We're all separated, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, I see you're wearing your Queen's pin.
I am.
And that, that is, you don't see too many of those.
Really, I know.
Really,
Isn't it beautiful?
really rare.
Yes.
Really
yes.
rare. And you have also been a realtor, and I know you also attended college in Spanish.
Yes.
Spanish major.
My sophomore year I was in Madrid and studied in Madrid, and afterwards I went to studied in Italy, try to pick up some Italian, and was there for 8 months and had a fabulous time.
Great memories. Well, once again, congratulations tonight.
Thank
and
you
look
so
beautiful.
much.
I love your dress.
Thank you. So wonderful to see you all again.
Well, thank
and
you.
And happy birthday.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And now let's go back over to Will.
Hey, Peg, I'm here with Alston Taylor. Alston is the president of St. Aug. He's also a board member of the Pro Bono Publico Foundation. He's been a very busy individual this year, today especially. So, Alston, why don't we start? Tell me a little bit about the special relationship between St. Aug and Rex.
Good to see you, Will. Very special relationship between Rex and our school. 150th anniversary, you may recall. We weren't with you guys that year to ride, and so we decided to work with you guys to do a very beautiful tribute to your dinner that you had that evening to commemorate it. But prior to that, Dr. Kenneth St. Charles has been a member of Rex, and now I've become a member of Rex. I think there's a trend that every St. Augustine High School president and CEO might have an opportunity to become a Rex member. Can you tell me that today?
Oh, no, that's way above my pay grade, my friend.
But it's been very special, and I'm grateful to be a part of the Rex organization.
We love having you. Now, today was a busy day. Tell us about what St. Aug did, because I've heard it all, and I'm just absolutely amazed by it.
Will, yesterday at Lundi Gras, they said no high school bands, and I was livid, but I said, let's figure something out, because I'm not going to be deterred by that. And lo and behold, working with Councilman Eugene Green Jr., class of 76 from St. Aug, working with Madam Mayor, we found a way to make it work today. The reason we had to make this work and be involved is because the King of Zulu is Rodney P. Mason Jr., who's class of 2003, and he was a band head. He was in the band. He was a trumpet section leader, and we had to figure out a way to give him a special tribute. So the tribute was just going to be given our alma mater song at the toast at Gallagher Hall, and that was just going to be it. But I kept pushing and I kept pushing, and we found a way to get into the route. And after we did the toast with our alma mater, we then took the little 0.4-mile route, finished it up, and it was a beautiful night for our young men who are seniors who now are going to go off to college because they didn't think they were going to march again.
You pushed, you found a way, you did it, and they marched in the parade, and that's wonderful.
Resilience,
so happy to hear it.
perseverance.
All right, so now let's talk about the Pro Bono Publico Foundation, because you're a board member of the foundation. What's the foundation been doing this year?
The foundation actually gave out $1,225,967.
Show off.
To 66 organizations in the city of New Orleans, majority charter schools, but including us, St. Aug, that it's all about the children. It's about giving to them and making sure that they're being empowered to be able to continue to move forward, earn education, and do great things in life. And so Pro Bono Publico, for the good, has been doing really great work, and I'm grateful to be a part of the team.
So, Alston, you have one more job this year that you didn't have last year, which was to co-MC the Lundi Gras celebration. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, first off, if Mark Romag has me again next year, I'll be honored. It was great. It was a wonderful feeling. I'm glad Mark and Ben reached out to me and said, hey, would you like to do this? I brought 2 students of mine that are fluent in French to go along with our French theme for Rex this year. One spoke in French, the other one did it in English, and they all talked about their good life of what France means to them and the French language and how they picked it up and how they want to continue it because they want to carry it on when they go off to college.
Incredible. Alston Taylor, thank you so much for what you did today, for what you always do for Rex, Pro Bono Publico Foundation, for St. Aug. Peg, I'll throw it back over to you.
right, thank you so much. And we have an amazing guest here because he is the French ambassador to the United States, Monsieur Laurent Billy. You saw him on the dance floor earlier, being honored. And the French connection to New Orleans is so strong, and I know you're very well aware of that too. Yeah.
Yes, it's really something very special. There is a small flavor of France when you are in New Orleans, and it's always nice to be here.
Mm-hmm. And being in now the last position you were in China,
Mm-hmm.
so this is quite the contrast. Are you based in New York too?
Well, mostly my last posts were China, before Brazil, Turkey, and Thailand. So it's quite a different post. There were also French quarter in Shanghai, but
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was a former concession, but it's not exactly the same history, I will say, and there is so many French names in Shanghai than there is in New Orleans.
Oh my goodness! What made you interested in pursuing the life that you do?
Well. A big moment for me was a trip that I did when I was 20 years old. I came to the United States to hitchhike, and I had my 20th birthday in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And then somehow after, I've been looking for a job that will allow me to continue to discover things, to learn more, to practice foreign languages, even if I'm not that good, as you can see.
Did you know that a former French president, Jacques Chirac, studied in New Orleans?
Yes, I knew.
He studied the port of New Orleans.
I knew, and I worked for 5 years with Jacques Chirac, and he was sometimes telling us some souvenir of his time in New Orleans.
Yeah, there's a story that he became ill, and a New Orleans doctor who knew how to speak French treated him, and they developed a relationship.
Yep.
And that doctor became Rex at some point. Tell me about the working relationship that you have with Gayle Benson.
Well, I met Gayle I arrived after the visit of the president in 2023, I think, or 22 was. And Gayle was one of the persons that he met in New Orleans, and my predecessor told me, you absolutely have to meet Gayle Benson. She's a wonderful friend. And so the first time that she came in DC, I received an invitation. It was a busy day, but I managed to be there, and the exchange went very fluidly, and since then we have been in contact very often. We were together for the reopening of Notre Dame, so I consider a great friend of France.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you spending some time with us, too. Happy Mardi Gras.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. And now it is time for our second Carnival quiz question and news about a special event. And now our second question. According to Rex's anthem, If Ever I Cease to Love, what might the moon be turned to? We'll have the third and final question a little later in our program. And we are so excited because, of course, we have the police chief and Kirkpatrick with us, who's already had a very busy day. We saw you on TV, actually, walking down St. Charles Avenue. You got your steps in today.
I got my steps in, and I had a great time doing it.
Where was Patch today?
Patch was taking a nap, but he was out visiting everybody yesterday, and he's going to come out for Barkus on Sunday.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, how was the day in your estimation?
It was excellent. And so we actually were able to use that window and the weather forecast, and it all worked out beautifully. Everybody worked together, did as I requested, and we were a team, and we were able to roll.
I've got to tell you that in the time that you've been here, you have become so acclimated to the city and its culture. I would have think that would initially have been some sort of culture shock, but it hasn't been. I mean, it's a compliment to you.
Well, thank you. I said when I was given the opportunity to be the chief of police here that I would be all in. And so I am someone who is inspired by cultures. I enjoy new cultures. And so the New Orleans culture has just been so aligned with my personality that it was a great mesh for me. And I have wanted to honor every tradition of this city.
We're down to the last 2 hours of Mardi Gras. And it seems like at this point that it was a safe Mardi Gras, that things went well. Is there anything that you learned that's going to be part of the future now as far as...
Sure. So I think our city has also experienced what enhanced security looks like. And so as a city, as a community, we need to together decide how much security do we want. And so it's just like going to the airport or anywhere else. Okay. How much do you want to accept?
Thank you so much, Superintendent. We really appreciate your time here tonight. Thank you. And now we are awaiting the arrival of the captain of Comus.
The captain of the Mistick Krewe
with a special invitation.
Has arrived to present an invitation to His Majesty Rex to visit the Comus Ball.
And through Mardi Gras magic, we have a copy of the Royal Missive, which we will tell you about. He is about to hand a message to Rex and his queen, and when he does that, I am going to be able to read it to you. And as we said earlier, when you see Comus on the other side at their ball, you'll see him in silver, and of course, the captain of Comus is also in silver and white. And notice the Comus lieutenants accompanying the captain. All right, here we go. This is the royal invitation. And it says, "Hey Boo, you've received quite an upgrade. You rode the first float in the Rex Parade. Now atop the throne with your lovely queen, was there something you had ever foreseen? A member of the first family of Picayune, you never used your birthright silver spoon. A star athlete as a country day daisy, football, basketball, and track never lazy. On to Tulane, where you majored in Deke. As its president, had you reached a final peak? A summer at Cambridge U and a European spree? You managed to graduate Tulane with an MBA and a JD. You worked hard and became a top business lawyer with the Chaffe McCall firm as your employer. For your hobby, you gather eggs, this chicken thing. And today you've become Rex, the carnival king. Please grab Queen Tatum and your stunning court. Lay down the drawbridge and leave your fort. Head over here where Comus and his queen await. We're having a ball and want to make it a double date." And he said yes.
Yes.
Mon Dieu.
You saw it was addressed to Boo, "Hey Boo."
Yes.
That's a childhood nickname, and now his grandchildren refer to him as Boo also. So they all had T-shirts out on the parade route today saying, "Hail Boo."
Comus is becoming more prolific. I think that was the longest Comus note I've heard,
All right. And in just a little while, Rex and his court will be going over, as we said, to the other side, to the Comus Ball.
And so this is the beginning to the really heavy symbolism part of the carnival celebration. We're working our way to the end of the Mardi Gras season, but in a joyous way.
Tatum, Lady Reiss, and Hal Crosby. So yeah, got it, buddy. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, after the court departs, there'll still be some moments left in the ball and some general dancing, even though, of course, many people will be leaving and going over to the Comus ball.
That's right. Quite a curtsy there. She's a pro.
Yeah.
She's learned from watching a lot.
The tradition of the meeting in the courts began in 1882. Been doing it since then. 1882 was a major year in Carnival because it was the 10th anniversary of Rex. It was the 25th anniversary of Comus. It was also the year that Poydras started. And so a lot of things were going on. And you know, Will, this would have been during the period of the Belle Epoque. If it would have been in France, I think it was that same spirit of things happening. I think this is a reflection of it in New Orleans.
Errol, if you look at all the old jewelry from the Rex organization, all the old invitations, we sort of covered this a little bit in the French Connections piece. You see how spectacular, how different, how artistic the materials from that period were.
And you know, Rex that year, that first meeting in the court was the mayor, Mayor Shakespeare. And I think he was in a position to make things happen in New Orleans. But he was dressed as a king. He was dressed as the French King Henry III. I don't think there was anything in the pageant that suggested doing that. But already there was that affection for the French at the very first meeting.
Oh, this crowd is getting excited. Their king and queen are about to depart. This is the culmination of a very long, busy year for everybody on this court. Lots of planning, lots of partying. I'm sure everybody's going to be happy to get back to life with a little bit of normal. There's some work that has to be done after this. There are trains that have to be dismantled. There are costumes that have to be slipped into before going over to Comus. So you'll see a little bit of a break in the action on the Rex side as they get ready.
Yes. And once again, we're listening to the anthem of Carnival, If Ever I Cease to Love. I can't get enough of that song. I love that song. And going back to before even 1872, it was a popular ditty from a musical called Bluebeard. And Rex adopted it as its anthem, sometimes with funny lyrics relating to the topics of the day and some of their hierarchy.
In the original edicts that went out declaring this parade of the King of Carnival, they even said that the King of Carnival, being a bachelor, a guy named Louis Salomon, he's looking for love. And so they mentioned that in the edicts they said it should be If Ever I Cease to Love, which was known because of the show that had come to New Orleans several times. I think some of the Rex members actually knew Lydia Thomas and they adopted it. And the version you hear is, an adaptation of it.
Here's the French Consul General,
there he is.
Rodolphe Sambou.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is invited to participate in the dancing.
And Errol, while we are start the dancing, tell us a little bit about, I know you have some factoids, some
Yeah.
Rex factoids. Want to share just a few
Sure
right
do.
now with us?
And they're coming right here.
Yes.
All right, 25 years ago, the year 2000, Mardi Gras was on March 7th. The weather, as opposed to today, was beautiful. 77 low, no rain, light rain. The president was Bill Clinton. Mayor of New Orleans was Mark Morial. And the ball was at the Municipal Auditorium, which is something I hope we can celebrate one day again. Just to show
And we're going to come back to that in just a minute, too. We want to thank Jim Hobbs. I know he's been helping us with that. But we have a special guest, Mr. Elroy James. Zulu So if anybody epitomizes the Zulu and the hard work that Zulu does, it's you. How was your day? Was it hard?
It was not hard. Not so much hard, but extremely long. We started moving the king at about 6 a.m. When we arrived to his room, he was sitting back laid down in his chair with his makeup on, sleep.
How long have you been involved with Zulu?
Yeah, I joined the organization at 19, so I'm celebrating 32 years. Been the president for the last 7.
Yes, you've really worn many hats within the group, too.
Yes. Had the opportunity to serve as the chairman of finance for many years, assistant chairman of finance, and member of the board of directors. And in 2018, they blessed me with the honor of working harder for the organization as president.
Well, you know, just to clarify, I think some people think that organizations that are, primarily, I guess, showcased more at carnival time don't do things around the rest of the year. But that's not so.
Correct. Zulu is what we said, 365-day-a-year organization. Ironically, we're getting ready to start planning for Mardi Gras 2026 tomorrow. Outside of Mardi Gras, we have all the community activities we do, Toys for Tots Drive, school supply giveaways. Yes.
Now, I want to say something about this man not many people know. Besides being President Zulu, he's a judge.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yes, by the way.
He's a judge on First City Court, okay?
That's right.
So he can put you in jail. I mean, if you're messing around, okay?
Not so much, but we do hold him in contempt.
Okay. First City Court's mostly Algerians from the West Bank.
Well, it's First City Court, Second City Court is Algiers.
Yeah.
First City Court covers all Orleans Parish.
Wow.
Anyway, the point is, he's the only guy I know, being the head of Zulu and being a judge, who presides over 2 different courts.
That's true.
Okay.
Yes, correct. That's good.
And let's talk about the Zulu headquarters. I mean, on North Broad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we bought it in the early 70s, and right now, if you drive down Broad Street, you see that it's closed. We're undergoing a major renovation project because that property was designated as a repetitive loss property, and so we was awarded a grant to elevate to try to help reduce some of our insurance burdens that have been associated with the recent floodings and the continuous flooding that the property has undergone.
Oh my goodness, yeah. But I know a lot of fun things happen throughout that year. Anytime you pass by, there's something going on.
There's always something going on. As I said, we're getting ready for Mardi Gras 2026, so we got all our characters. Members who are interested in running for King Zulu and characters, they'll be gearing up tomorrow. All of the other things that we have going on, feeding homeless. We're a 365-day-a-year organization, so leading it is very, very difficult, and we have about 800 members now.
Well, I hope you get to rest, but thank you so much, Judge James.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Yes.
And we're going to go back to the dance floor in just a minute. Still people are dancing and having a good time here. So just because the court left didn't mean that there's still a good time isn't being had by all. Righty? Lots of activity on the dance floor itself.
Well, the balls originally part of what they were all about was having the dancing. But these are really to be seen.
And in just a few minutes, we're going to visit with Arthur Hardy. I saw Arthur Hardy on TV today having a lot of fun on a jester float in the Rex Parade. So we're going to ask him about that as soon as he gets mic'd. But, what's really nice also on the dance floor is you have a lot of members of the families, military families, a lot of military families here tonight.
From the very beginning, there's always been a connection. The very first Rex Parade in 1872. This is like coming right off of Rink during the construction. And they got the U.S. Army band in there, so there's always been a connection with the military.
And our pal, Arthur Hardy, is with us, and it's so kind of you to stick around to be here, because I know it's
happy to be here.
A very long day. But you have a Howell Crosby connection, don't you?
Yes, I do. Howell was our connection to actress Sandra Bullock. And I say our, I'm on the board of directors, I was at the Barn Eastern Charter High School, my alma mater. After Katrina, Sandra Bullock called Howell, who has represented her locally, and said, I want to help an orphanage or something. He says, well, I don't know about an orphanage, but I've got a high school that took on 8 feet of water. And she cold called me. And this is Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock?
Yeah, I said, yeah, right. Yeah, I'm ready to hang up. It's got to be one of my crazy Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was her.
And there's proof.
Hey, yeah,
There's proof
when she comes to
positive.
town, she wears her warnings. So anyway, she adopted the school all because of Howell Crosby making the connection. And he's never taken any credit for this, which is so typical of him. Very just humble and not looking for credit, but it meant a lot to us personally and, of course, to all the children. She's funded scholarships for college, band uniforms, all kinds of things. It's just been great, and we owe Howell Crosby a lot.
He
really
was
do.
Cupid. He played Cupid, getting you all together on this, too. But Arthur, how was Mardi Gras this year?
I think it was good. That one rain out on Sunday, but all the parades got moved to Tuesday. Everybody got to parade, including Rex today, and I was plenty worried. I thought we might not be able to do it. Thanks to the police chief and a lot of other people, we were able to ride. We didn't have bands. I missed that.
Yeah.
And it was a shortened route, but we got on the street, and people were grateful. People said, "Hey, thanks for doing this." You know, the crowds were good, and the weather was good, and we beat the rain, we beat the wind, and I'm just very happy to have a chance to get on the street today.
Well, you know, we're talking about bands, and of course, in another life, you were the head of a band.
Yep.
Brother Martin, for so many years.
And bands are such an important part of Mardi Gras. Hopefully everybody will be back next year. Mardi Gras earlier, February 17th, but this was a really good season.
You know, we had the police chief was here a few minutes ago, and we were asking about, did you learn anything about security that will be part of the future? And essentially she said yes. She says, you know, we're going to be examining, but there's some, you know, it's not going to be the same thing as it was this year, but there's still some things we can learn from and do better. And so it's a community decision, what we want more of and what we want less of.
I'm a real fan of her. She's a good job. She gets it for somebody who's not from here. She picked it up very quickly. And she's got a heart and a head, you know, but she's a no BS person. Don't let that grandma thing fool you, you know. She's tough. She knows what she has to do, and she'll do it. And I like that a lot, and I appreciate her allowing us to parade today. She could have said no. That's what Jefferson Parish did. They said no, and we said yes, so I'm happy about that.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Arthur Hardy, thank you so much for stopping by. We
Happy
appreciate
Lent.
it.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now, though, let's thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Galatoire's restaurant, supporting New Orleans causes and cultural programs through its Galatoire Foundation. James and Erica Reiss, proud to support WYES. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras.
Dreams. Dreams keep us going. Dreams keep us growing. Dreams keep us thriving. Hancock Whitney. Your dream, our mission.
Gallo Mechanical Commercial Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Designed, build, and service for over 80 years. Gallo Mechanical. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex and is proud to support this special program. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Home Care Solutions provides compassionate in-home elder care to keep loved ones safe and comfortable in their home environment while giving family members peace of mind. CAPTRUST, bespoke high net worth, family office, and institutional investment services. More information is at captrust.com. This program is made possible in part by the generous support of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew B. Wisdom, celebrating the traditions, history, and pageantry of the carnival season. Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Small home retirement living is available in Uptown New Orleans through Poydras Home and the Greenhouse Project, where each resident designs their days to be meaningful and bright. Standard Mortgage, proudly helping Louisiana families purchase homes for 100 years. The Rink, a collection of shops, offices, restaurant, and bar in the heart of the Garden District, located at Washington and Britannia with on-site parking available. TheRinkNOLA.com.
Another special guest, Kenneth St. Charles, and he is the CEO of the American Red Cross in Louisiana. And Will French back with us here, and I know they've known each other for a long time, but we're so excited that he is with us. And when I was telling him, we were sitting here, I remember, of course, your long time at St. Augustine and Greater New Orleans Foundation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Will?
Kenneth, thanks for being here. Kenneth is a longtime Rex member, and we're so happy to have him as a part of this organization. He was at the Greater New Orleans Foundation, and now he's leading the American Red Cross here in New Orleans. Kenneth, why don't you talk a little bit about your added roles and responsibilities with the Red Cross?
Sure. So I've been with the Red Cross 8 months. Great opportunity. You know, we respond to pretty much any type of disaster that happens in the area. We have a group of volunteers and staff that are great. We're very excited with Mardi Gras this year because we normally support the first aid stations, but this year we had a new initiative where we actually supported first responders, behind the scenes Mardi Gras workers, the people who make Mardi Gras happen. So
let's talk a little bit more about that if you don't mind. Because we had a whole lot of first responders in town this year to keep everything safe now that we're a Tier 1 level event.
Absolutely.
And so what did that mean, and how did you take care of all those people?
Yeah, it meant that there were more people on the streets, more people behind the scenes. The way we took care of them is we had we call it emergency response vehicle, riding through every parade, passing out sandwiches, snacks, Hubix pies.
Hubix pies?
Hubix pies. Yep, I brought y'all one. That's for you.
Thank you.
With the American Red Cross logo on it.
Logo.
You see?
Yeah, it was really it was really fulfilling and really worthwhile because, you know, they stand on the route hours and hours before, during, after, and when they see us approaching with our Red Cross vests on and handing them something, they're very appreciative. And for us, it's very special because it's part of our mission to support people who need support. So that's what we do.
We spoke to a lot of our NOPD friends and colleagues this week about getting everything planned out, and they were working such long hours, and I'm sure that they were really happy to get a Hubix pie and refuel a little bit, you know, any time they could get a chance.
They were.
So the American Red Cross, your job is to support the community, but at the same time, you rely on the support of the community.
That's correct. We rely on the support of the community in 2 ways, basically. Volunteers. We are a volunteer-based organization. When you see someone with a Red Cross vest on, they probably are a volunteer, someone who's given their time to be with us from around the country. And we do the same for other areas. So when there's a big disaster, volunteers and staff will deploy. And then the other way we really depend on support is financial support. You know, Red Cross is a nonprofit. We do not get any federal funds. And the reality is, the generosity of the American people is what keeps the Red Cross viable and able to do its mission. So when you see, you know, and we respond to everything. We take pride in being there the day that person has a disaster. No one wakes up thinking that they will have a disaster that day, a fire that day, or a tornado, or a hurricane, or some type of flooding or heat emergency. Red Cross is always planning for that, to be ready to respond when we are needed.
So I'm going to ask you about what your favorite part of Mardi Gras is, but I'm not going to ask you as Kenneth St. Charles, the head of the American Red Cross in New Orleans, because you're going to tell me it's feeding first responders.
That's right.
And I'm not going to ask you as Kenneth St. Charles, the former head of St. Aug, because you're going to tell me it's something about the Marching 100 and you know, being in a parade. I'm asking you as Kenneth St. Charles, the regular average New Orleanian.
Right.
What do you love about Mardi Gras?
I love the families. You know, one thing we get to, at both of those institutions, St. Aug with the band as well as Red Cross, I get to walk the whole parade route. And I see families with children on ladders. That's the part I really enjoy. I enjoy watching other people be happy. And Mardi Gras brings that out in everyone. You know, when you're there and you're participating and you have your family, and I reflect on when I had young kids and was able to remember holding them on my shoulder. That's what I enjoy the most. Beautiful weather and just being with family.
Thank you so much for being here, Kenneth, and telling us about everything the American Red Cross is doing. It's great to see you
Thank
again.
you very much. It's great to see you again,
Thank
too.
you. Happy Mardi Gras.
Congratulations on your new position,
Thank you.
too. And we're going to go back to the dance floor in just a moment, and we'll have another guest coming shortly we're really excited about. And he actually ended up being a guest last year, and I was so glad we have him back because he has wonderful stories to tell about his own Mardi Gras memories as well. And that is Councilman Eugene Green. And he'll be with us shortly as we mic him up. And there's dancing on the dance floor now.
There is actual dancing. Look at that.
Actual
You don't
dancing.
see that very often.
That's right. And officially, this ball ends about 10:30. But as you can tell, there's just a few people left here because the action will be at the Comus side, which we'll be going to shortly as well for the historic meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus in about 20 minutes. We're not too far, but we'll be going to the ball shortly. And hello, how are you? Good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Same here. How was your day, sir?
It was actually pretty successful. We started off so early this morning, but actually it was successful. The crews were ready to roll at the times that the city needed them to roll, including, for example, the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club, which started at 6:30 a.m. And the traditions continued in New Orleans this day in the midst of challenges. Everything was done by the time that the weather rolled in, so we had a very successful day. Thousands of people on the street enjoying themselves, the sound of children and adults having a great time, which is what Carnival season is about.
If you could just hang with us for a moment, we actually want to go to the crossing of the Rex Court, which is actually moments ago the Rex Court went across the street, moved across the street from the Sheraton. This is actually live, not moments ago. Canal Street, here we are with the red carpet. And here is the Rex Court going over to the other side to the Comus Ball. And among the many reasons why this historic tradition takes place and why Rex goes to Comus is because Comus is actually an older organization, having been founded in the 1850s. And if we're going to keep our mythology straight, Comus is a god, Rex is a king. So we understand all that, and we look forward to the visit.
And of course, you're exactly right. Rex was a much younger organization, and so when they decided to meet on the 10th anniversary of Rex, it was natural that Rex would go to see Comus. Plus, as Errol mentioned, Rex that year was the mayor, and so he could easily command control of the carriages to get over to the Comus Ball as quickly as possible before the ball ended.
Perfect. Eugene, some of your Mardi Gras memories.
Some of my Mardi Gras memories are, the best ones are when I was young. For example, my father really enjoyed the season, and we would just get in the car. At that time, for example, there weren't so many parade routes, for example, such as the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. We went to find Zulu. People would say they were going to be stopping here and they were going to be stopping there, and it was fun and exciting to be at a location in advance of them coming. But my best memories are on Canal Street, especially with my parents. We would just have a great time on Canal Street. It was a different sort of atmosphere. But the main thing is that we were always involved with Mardi Gras. My parents took us and helped us to enjoy the season, and I think that's why I still enjoy it to this day, and I participate in so many activities. This year at Gallagher Hall, I think that I must have been toasting at 12 or more parades, you know.
You were having
but it was a great
fun.
time, yes, and had an opportunity to attend balls such as tonight, this beautiful ball tonight. I mean, it's really part of what I enjoy about the city of New Orleans.
Well, thank you so much for visiting with us, and happy Mardi Gras.
My pleasure. Happy Mardi Gras.
And I'm glad, I know you had a long day. You can take a well-deserved rest.
That's all right. We have no committee meetings at the council tomorrow, so I have a chance to rest. I'm just here to continue to enjoy the season.
Lucky man.
Thank you all.
Sir.
Great
Thank
to see you.
And we are actually going to go over to Comus. We're at the Comus Ball now, and those dancing heads, I know we have a lot of fans of those dancing heads, and maybe we have a little bit of sound that we can hear as well too, and those are magnificent. They are based on figures from earlier Comus balls, as a matter of fact. And notice that the Comus crew actually dresses out for their balls, and you'll see members of the Comus organization dressed up, and also the colors of the lieutenants. Note the sort of multicolored. They're in the middle of dancing. We're about 15 minutes away from the historic meeting of the courts. There's Nell Nolan. She is such a busy lady on Mardi Gras night, as we can well see, and her photographer. But they're getting ready for, once again, the historic meeting of the courts of Reiss and Comus. And this has taken place since 1882. We're just referring to that and why that date. The Jimmy Maxwell Orchestra, under the direction of Jimmy's son Robert, actually is over on that side, and hopefully we'll be hearing from them. Yeah. And here we see Comus himself and his queen. And look at they're rocking around here.
You know this is the crowd pleaser, right? You know that the people who watch this broadcast love to see the dancing heads.
Yes, they do.
And there have been some years where the dance moves were really special. This particular move, maybe. People do love this.
I love that. And we are going to back up a little because we're going to show you the arrival of Comus earlier in the ball. The ball has been in progress over an hour, but here is the mysterious arrival. He has a scrim, no, not related to the dog.
No.
This is a scrim, sorry, in which he arrives. And instead of a scepter, he is carrying a cup, actually. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that cup later. But his arrival is always rather mysterious. And in just a few minutes, we will be meeting the Queen of Comus, Gracie Atkin, and she is going to be, she looks so really resplendent in her beautiful, Miss Jenkins, she looks resplendent in her gown. We'll tell you about that. And she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Scott Jenkins, too. But wait till you meet Gracie. All right, and there's the dancing heads, some more of the dancing heads. We were talking about that's a real highlight, those dancing heads.
Peg, I need to finish up the point about the moon pie scene. This is important stuff here, okay?
Yes.
Because the question comes up in these modern times, what about Prosecco in place of champagne? That's permissible, okay? So if you want to do a moon pie, Prosecco's okay. Now the other question is, what about Hewig's pie? That's permissible too, especially being it's from New Orleans. Any variation of moon pie and Hewig's pie, Prosecco, and champagne is totally acceptable for this phase of the broadcast.
And I am told that the persons who are inhabiting those heads are usually the younger members, that's kind of part of getting, I guess, involved with the crew, that you should be able to help out. And they're kind of heavy.
I can't necessarily confirm that. All I know is by looking at them, I know they're not the older members.
Yes. And now, though, let's welcome, once again, a little while back, this evening, the entrance of Miss Mary Grace Jenkins, and she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Scott Jenkins. She attends the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa, and you'll hear from her in just a few minutes with a little feature, but she is a wonderful young lady, and she loves art, and she is also very involved with philanthropy and the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, but she loves being an artist, and we'll even show you some of her work. But her gown is resplendent. It is designed and created by Katie Johnson of the Royal Design House, and it is the strapless silver gown with a soft sweetheart necklace is shaped with princess seams that skim down the modified A-line silhouette and cascades into a graceful Godset style train, and layered over a gleaming silk lame is a re-embroidered net of platinum threadwork lace. just gorgeous,
You know,
top to bottom.
Comus is so much about family, so let's talk a little bit about Gracie's family. Her great-great-great-grandfather, Hugh McCluskey, was Rex in 1913. Great-great-grandfather, Frederick Evans, Rex, 1924. Great-grandfather, Hugh Evans, King of Proteus. Great-grandmother, Sidonia Evans, Queen of Mistick. Grandfather, Frank Schmidt, King of Harlequins. Aunt Jenny, Queen of Proteus. Aunt Sarah, Queen of Comus. And, you know, the list just goes on and on.
Yes, indeed. And let's now, it's time to kind of go back to the present here to meet the pages. And let's see, we've got these pages here, and these are the, I believe, we're going to try to identify them for you. These are the Comus pages, and first up to the left, Comus's page is Mr. Spencer Montgomery.
That's Edmund DeJarnett.
Excuse me, Edmund DeJarnett, and he is the son of Edmund DeJarnett and Ned and Sarah Schmidt DeJarnett, and then right next to him, so that is the Queen's page. Is Cullen Ryland Guillot, and he is the son of Gavin Rogers Guillot and Jenny Summers Guillot.
I've got an interesting little blurb on Mr. DeJarnett. His mother, Sarah, was the Queen of Comus in 1995. That was the same year that James LaBourgeois, Rex Page, his mother, Marley, was the Queen of Carnival. So there's a little twist there.
All right, and then these are Comus's pages, and we have to the left Spencer Montgomery, and he is the son of Elaine and James Montgomery, and he attends Country Day, and here we go. Let's see. All right.
They might be on the other side.
Okay. And well, we'll be telling you about all these pages here. That's Mr. DeJarnett, as we said. And we're just going to tell you about all of them. We've got James Spencer Montgomery, as we mentioned, and he attends Country Day. And he went to a fitting. And he was so surprised by, quite often these fittings are led that he was told he was going to be in another Mardi Gras ball, and yet it's really something like this instead. And Cullen Guillot attends Stewart Hall for boys. And once again, his parents are Gavin Hodges Guillot and Jenny Summers Guillot.
I think we might have gotten the pages a little bit confused there. Then we have Mr. George Perry Eastman the fifth, who's the son of George Perry Eastman the fourth. His mother is Karen. He goes to Isidore Newman School, is in fourth grade, plays soccer, tennis, and golf, enjoys hunting, fishing, and World War II history. His parents told me that he absolutely loves parties. In fact, when he knew that he was going to be a page in Comus, he said, well, great, I get to go to the ball. Is there going to be a giant party after this? And the answer was yes, of course there's going to be a giant party. I'm not sure he's invited to it, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oops. It might be kind of a little late for his bedtime, right, for this. But anyway. But as you can tell, we're 8 minutes away from the meeting of the courts, too. Oh, I'm here. Oh, we might be earlier than that. Mm-hmm.
Will, do these boys enjoy being a page?
Well, you'd have to ask them. I think the ones who get to ride in the parades enjoy the riding portion of it very much. My own son told me that. He said that when he was a page in Rex, the riding made it was the best thing he's ever done. The ball was the worst thing he's ever done.
All right, we will meet the Comus maids a little later because now this is early. This is fine. The meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus. Our Queen, Rex himself has arrived for the historic meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus. Since 1882, And we are at the Comus Ball. MKC, notice the logo up top. And we are hearing once again the music that is so connected to this magic moment, If Ever I Cease to Love. It's the meeting of the courts of Reiss and Comus. And who's in charge, E? Who's in charge?
The captain. From here on, what's left of Mardi Gras is in the hands of the Comus captain. That guy right there. And he's going to be leading the whole thing. Rex is going to be leaving soon, and it's the Comus captain.
And notice the cup. The logo, of course, of Comus is the cup, once again, and the beautiful canvas floor. You'll see that glittering.
Now keep in mind, you know, you have a god and a king involved here. And so who's got priority? Well, it turns out that you're in the god's house, which would be the Comus's house, and so they're in charge.
And you notice that Comus carries that cup, and in mythology, he is known as the god of mirth. But if you taste of his cup, you might be turned into half man and half beast.
Yeah, it is not advised to drink from Comus's cup.
Don't drink from Comus's cup. There's Miss Grace. Such a beautiful young lady. And
that's our Queen of Carnival, Tatum.
Yes. All right, Will, what's about to happen?
The meeting of the courts is coming up. Once they repair, they will bow and curtsy to one another. And Comus will extend that cup, and that will be the official meeting of the courts.
And we certainly have enjoyed seeing that, but now we're going into a grand march, aren't we? And the music will change and get a little bit more ceremonial. And in just a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to read something as we set up and when the march begins, which is our tradition. So I'll give you a little heads up here.
I'm ready.
Okay. And here is our Queen of Comus, Grace Jenkins. And note on her collar and her crown the traditional fleur-de-lis motif, which is very much a part of Comus. You'll see that when we get close up. There we go.
When her aunt, Sarah, was the Queen of Comus in 1995, the theme of that year was prophecies. The theme of this year, now that Gracie, the niece, is the Queen of Comus, is prophecies fulfilled.
Perfect. We were so fortunate to have Katie Crosby on with us earlier, and she shared how he first told her that he would be Rex, and those stories are just so special.
They really are. You know, New Orleans is a special place, and partly because of Carnival. I'll come back to that. here we go with the Grand March, you're right.
From Aida, from Verdi's Aida, which was very popular. Of course, the tradition of opera in New Orleans, even before other cities, major cities in America. Verdi, this was an opera that was played a lot, performed a lot in the city at the French Opera House.
And it is a contemporary work of Rex. It debuted. Giuseppe Verdi was hired by the ruler of Cairo when they were building the Suez Canal. They wanted a special piece for it, so they did Aida, and then that march came out of it, and it debuted in like 1871. And Rex debuted in 1872, and so they were two of a kind. It goes back to the Belle Epoque. I mean, that was part of the creativity in that period of time.
True. The Rex Maids.
Now, in terms of size, this is a smaller ball than.
Oh, yes, and it's a much smaller organization. Comus is, we keep referring to family when we talk about Comus. It started out as really a very small group of families and has remained that way, much like maybe you would think of the Mayflower Club being the families that came over with the Pilgrims on the Mayflower. It's those families that continue today. And of course that expands and grows through multiple generations, but it's still a very small organization, still very family oriented.
Notice you saw a Comus, who, by the way, is always anonymous, but his mask was smiling this time, and that's a choice that year's Comus actually makes, whether he wants it to be smiling. Not necessarily, if a grimace wouldn't be the other option, but something a little bit more friendlier, if you will. Look, but he's got a big smile.
He does.
And I don't know if it still does, but that mask would be made for that year's Comus and from France.
I was just going to say about New Orleans being a special place, and part of the magic of Carnival, as the father of the Comus Queen mentioned last year, is sort of this multi-generational way of all of these people meeting each other. And I remember back, meeting Gracie's grandparents, and they are such wonderful people, some of the nicest people that I've ever met. And not many cities would you know the generation below you here, Gracie, and the generation above you, her grandparents, and they're just such a special family, so wonderful, the nicest people, great friends to all, and just such a wonderful honor that Gracie is the Queen of Comus tonight.
And as I was saying, in a little while you'll get to meet Gracie more up close, because I did have the wonderful opportunity to interview her, and she's such a sweet young lady, and she loves art, and you'll see some of her actual art. And that is something she really wants to pursue in her career. Now we're getting real close to another high holy moment, the sceptering of all four monarchs at one time. That is such a classic shot in Mardi Gras. Putting the pages to work here, huh?
Yeah, they've got to manage 4 trains all at once. And do it without ever stepping on any one of them. That was pretty well done.
It was. Here we go. MKC, Mistick Krewe of Comus. M-I-S-T-I-C-K, by the way, the old English spelling. That's a great shot.
Well, Comus made up some of its old English spellings too, like the word crew was not really a word, but it sounded like it, and so he kind of created it.
Yes. And now there's general dancing. It's the Jolly Coppersmith. The music doesn't change for certain things. There's some real traditions. And we are going to be meeting. We're going to once again, and we're kind of backing up and handling real time. simultaneously here, but we want you to meet our Comus maids, so we'll be going to that shortly. But in the meantime, there's general dancing here. The Jimmy Maxwell Orchestra, conducted by Robert, Jimmy's son. And Jimmy Maxwell had, such a great tradition himself for all that he did for so many years. Okay, and now let's introduce to you the Comus maids. First up is Miss Grace Simpson Brady, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. James McDowell Brady and Miss Caroline Monstead Brady. She attends the University of Mississippi at Oxford, and she is she's doing a combination of nursing with a proficiency in sign language. Wow! And she's hoping to put both of those careers together.
She's the daughter of Mr. James McDowell Brady and Miss Caroline Monstead Brady, the former Caroline Arthur Monstead.
All right.
At McGee, she was captain of the soccer team.
And next up is Teresa Mallard Brewer. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Craig Wren Brewer. She attends the University of Mississippi at Oxford as well. And she is the minor in education, English, and sociology.
And last week, Tess, as she goes by, was the Queen of Mithras.
Oh, boy. And she was also in Twelfth Night and Proteus. And next up, Annabelle Baldwin Brown, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence Baldwin Brown. She attends LSU, and an agrarian lifestyle appeals to Annabelle, and she is interested in being involved with the future of healthcare. And she hopes to someday have her own farm with landscaping and animals, so she likes both. But she wants to be a physician's assistant. And next up is Margaret Hartsfeld Chaffe, and she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. David Blackshear Hamilton Chaffe IV of Mobile, Alabama, Mr. and Mrs., and she attends Birmingham Southern College and will attend Samford University in Birmingham. And she is working towards a master's degree in developmental psychology to further her career goals. And next up is Elizabeth Wilder Drennan, stepdaughter and daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Jeffrey Boker Amen, and the daughter of the late Mr. Douglas Graham Drennan II, and she's pursuing a career in elementary education. She attends Rhodes in Memphis, Tennessee.
At McGee, she was involved in the Hearts of Passion, the By Teens for Teens organization for young persons with cancer, and Relay for Life.
All right, and next up is Elizabeth Shaw Fern, and she is the daughter and stepdaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Gregory Charles Fern and daughter of Ms. Amy Shaw Fern. She attends the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
So get this, she's a Kappa at Alabama with Marianne Villery, Queen of Proteus, Gracie Jenkins, Queen of Comus, Taylor Bienvenu, Rex Maid, Libby Neesett, Rex Maid, and Lainey Talbot, Rex Maid.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about the Kappas at Bama.
Yes.
They must be partying tonight.
And we have up Morgan Elizabeth Nolte. She's the daughter of Mr. Morgan Shaw Nolte and Miss Jill Knight Nolte. She attends Texas Christian University at Fort Worth, and she wants to become a physical therapist after graduating.
We've heard a lot about TCU tonight, that's for sure. She's traveling to Ireland soon for spring break in just a few weeks. That's going to be a fun trip. Also went to Camp Marywood. You might remember last year we had something like 8 different queens that had gone to Camp Marywood.
And then our final maid is Sarah Butler Sumrall, and she's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William David Sumrall III. She attends the University of Mississippi at Oxford, and she actually wants to follow the family tradition and seek a career in medicine and continue her studies at Ole Miss in psychology and chemistry.
And she was the Queen of Momus.
Okay. And once again, we're back at the Comus Ball. But, you know, with every ball, there comes an invitation. So we'd like to show you some beautiful things. And we're going to show you the Comus invitation, which is very elaborate, by the way. And as actually, as you said, prophecies fulfilled. You'll see the decoration, and this is exactly what it is. Very bucolic and very artfully done in kind of a classic mode. But die cut, really gorgeous, very collectible. Prophecies fulfilled.
There you go.
You said it. All right. And even though Comus no longer parades, they still have, oh, look at that. Woo, fancy. Comus still mints a doubloon, and we'll show you that doubloon. And it has the theme on it, too. But it shows you also Comus from 1857. And the back, prophecies fulfilled there. Love it. The golden cup of Comus. And then pins are on this side too. Well, see some lovely pins. Comus's personal pin, which is a camel. Interesting.
That one might be the crew favor.
Yes, excuse me, that is the favorite. I stand corrected. That's the favor. And then Comus's personal pin, which very much harkens to the lilies of the valley. And I am told that Comus went out of his way to design something. Sometimes you get a hint as to who the royalty it was or is, and he went out of his way to not do that. He did something totally different.
I was going to say, if there's a hint in there, I can't figure out what it is.
There is no hint, and of course you see the signature cup. But he actually went a lot out of his way. Okay. You know, memories of being the queen of Comus are indelibly etched for some young ladies and are even more special when they are shared. Here's my interview with this year's Queen of Comus, Mary Gracie Jenkins. Mary Grace Jenkins, this year's Queen of Comus, learned of her royal status through the power of the written word, a poem.
I guess about a month before we were able to tell Gracie, we talked a lot about how we would let her know, and we decided that we would just do a poem. It just sort of chronicled her life from when she was a kid to playing with her siblings, to her years at Sacred Heart, then at Alabama, and then just sort of tied in all the costumes that she used to dress up in, including for Mardi Gras, and then how that kind of then became the Queen's costume.
I just kind of looked at my grandparents and was just confirming if they were telling the truth. And they said yes.
Grace is a senior at the University of Alabama.
My major is consumer sciences, which studies market trends and consumer behavior, and my minor is art.
For Miss Jenkins, childhood Mardi Gras memories are among her favorites.
Sometimes I would just surprise my parents and come down the stairs in either a chicken costume or would come down the stairs as Sharpay Evans from High School Musical or even a princess. So it would vary, but I just love dressing up so much, especially for Mardi Gras.
In addition to her studies, Grace finds time to volunteer.
I go to Lantern Light Mission here in New Orleans with my mother and her friends, along with my grandmother and her friends, and we provide assistance to the homeless, and their mission helps provide meals to them, which me and my mother, I love.
Grace has embraced her artistic side.
I love doing art. At first it started out as a major hobby for me, but then I started selling it around the city, which I really enjoy, and it's therapeutic for me, and I love doing it for my friends and family as gifts, and it's something that I find a lot of joy in.
This year, the Queen's gown design has special significance.
Katie at Royal Design did the dress, and the inspiration was a dress that my sister wore as Queen of Comus in 1995, and Gracie loved it. And so Katie was able to make it unique to Gracie, but also incorporate my sister's dress and several different elements. They used some of the crystals off of my sister's dress and sewed them on Gracie's, but it's been a lot of fun. When my sister Sarah was Queen of Comus, the theme of Comus was prophecies. And this year, when Gracie is Queen, the theme is prophecies fulfilled. So it ties things up nicely.
It's just everything I've ever dreamed of.
During the debutante season, Grace has been in the courts of Twelfth Night, Atlanteans, Proteus, and Momus. The family's carnival connections are strong.
My great-grandfather was King of Carnival. I have my sister Jenny was Queen of Proteus. My sister Sarah was Queen of Comus and Twelfth Night. My dad was King of Harlequins, and it's always been such a fun part of our family life.
For Miss Jenkins, the season has been even more enjoyable since she and this year's Queen of Carnival, Tatum Lady Reiss, are longtime friends.
I've actually known the Queen of Rec since childhood, and she's very close to me, and so is her family. They mean a lot to me, and I'm excited to be going through this process with her.
Grace grew up watching the annual TV broadcast of the Rex and Comus balls.
I always was in awe of the Queen all the time. She always looked so stunning. I never thought that it would be me, but I'm still in shock by it, and it's such an incredible honor. And I still don't know if I view myself as a queen, but I really am flattered by the position that I have, and I'm really honored by it. And I think that it's such a beautiful tradition that we have.
The parents of this year's Comus Queen gave their daughter some advice along the way.
I think our main advice has been have a lot of fun and make a lot of friends and enjoy it, which she has.
For Gracie being selected as Queen is an incredible honor, and one that our family and certainly Gracie we're understanding of that, and we appreciate what an honor that is. We were very surprised. I can remember vividly when we were asked where we were sitting and how we were asked, and we were surprised.
And now let's thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Dawn Services would like to hail Rex and is proud to support this special program. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Small home retirement living is available in Uptown New Orleans through Poydras Home and the Greenhouse Project, where each resident designs their days to be meaningful and bright.
Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com.
The Rink, a collection of shops, offices, restaurant, and bar in the heart of the Garden District, located at Washington and Britannia with on-site parking available. TheRinkNOLA.com. Fidelity Bank, your local choice for over 100 years. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Chaffe McCall, celebrating 200 years of legal service in New Orleans and around the world. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street.
Additional support by Bellwether Technology.
Home Care Solutions provides compassionate in-home elder care to keep loved ones safe and comfortable in their home environment while giving family members peace of mind. James and Erica Reiss, proud to support WYES. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Gautreau's Restaurant and their newest concept next door, a venue.
Dreams. Dreams keep us going. Dreams keep us growing. Dreams keep us thriving. Hancock Whitney. Your dream, our mission.
And in case you're joining us late, we are at the Mistick Krewe of Comus Ball. We have enjoyed the meeting of the courts, and we have all the monarchs on the throne right there. And as it is our tradition on the Comus side, we always ask you to please read an excerpt from a very special piece of work.
Yeah, this is our tradition, and in a world in which tradition reigns. In 1931, I think he was the captain of Comus, a guy named S.P. Walmsley, hired a local writer to write a book because it was the 75th anniversary of Comus, to do something about the early history of Mardi Gras that developed from the time of Comus, 1857, and to the parades that grew from then, the old line carnival and that. And he hired a guy named Perry Young, and Perry Young wrote a book, a masterpiece. I call it like the Dead Sea Scrolls of carnival history. It's about a 300-page book. Of that, he could have stopped after the first two sentences, which were just wonderful. And this is the butterfly of winter. So he wrote, "Carnival is the butterfly of winter, whose last mad flight of Mardi Gras forever ends his glory. Another season is the glory of another butterfly, and the tattered, scattered fragments of rainbow wings are returned to record of his day." So what he's saying is that all the information happens, and then it's beautiful, but then it goes in different directions, and new information develops. It's a beautiful sentence, and it's true. It's a great piece of writing.
Thank you very much. And we were listening to the Jimmy Maxwell Orchestra. You saw Robert, Jimmy's son, sadly, who is the conductor and now in charge of the orchestra. And Jimmy passed away in last February, but for so many years, his orchestra has been served so many different balls, 15 to 20 carnival balls a year. And, it could be a fancy event or a not so fancy event, but he had balls for all, he had bands for all. But his dad was a drummer with the Rene Luop Orchestra, which used to do, of course, a lot of the carnival balls. And he too was a drummer, and it's so great that his son has followed in his footsteps. We also wanted to mention something very historic this year, because we're talking about Mardi Gras in general, too.
Yeah, so we went...
and there's Robert. There, we should see Robert, who was conducting on this side, and Ben Toman was on the rec side tonight. Yes.
So March 3rd of 2024 was the 325th anniversary of the landing of Iberville and Bienville in Louisiana, where they celebrated Mardi Gras on the banks of the Mississippi River. And so last year, we went and took a delegation from the Rex organization to Point Mardi Gras. You saw a reference to this in our earlier French Connections piece with the French Consul General, and we really, sort of just paid homage to the fact that this is where our Mardi Gras traditions came from. It's really interesting also because so many of us that were there in the bus going down. Here, let's listen.
25 years ago to the day in what would become the United States of America, and the site where 25 years ago, on the 300th anniversary of this occasion, Rex, the King of Carnival, commemorated this marker, honoring the historical significance of this event and site. His Majesty Rex, the King of Carnival and Monarch of Merriment, hereby honors the occasion of the 300th anniversary of the first celebration of Mardi Gras in Louisiana.
Iberville found the Mississippi, and when he arrived on March 2nd, Father Douay said, "This is the spot. This is the main pass of the Mississippi." The next day, they came up the river to Point Mardi Gras, which they named the first non-Indian name of anywhere in the Louisiana Territory. And it was here that Iberville confirmed that they were indeed in the main pass of the Mississippi River.
So it's my real great pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank every one of you. I'm very grateful for you organizing this event and celebrating what is a very, very strong symbol of the friendship between France and the United States.
We're very pleased to announce that Governor Landry has issued a proclamation in recognition of today's event. It concludes with, "Now, therefore, I, Jeff Landry, Governor of the State of Louisiana, do hereby proclaim March 3rd, 2024 to be the 325th anniversary of the first celebration of Mardi Gras in what will become the United States of America."
Hail Rex, hail Mardi Gras, may you never cease to love. Cheers.
Oh, that's a great piece. That was such a special commemoration.
And we are about to wind down this Comus Ball, and the monarchs are going to be departing. But it's interesting as to who departs when, and you'll see what I'm talking about here. In the final sceptering, Hal Crosby and Miss Reiss our Rex monarchs, Miss Jenkins, and Comus. We don't know who he is.
Whoever he may be.
Whoever he may be. So it's Comus who leaves first, the Queen of Comus.
It is his ball. It is his party and his prerogative.
Yeah.
He probably wants to be the first guy at the Queen's Supper, which is not far on the other side of the door to that ballroom.
Yeah, but what Peggy was referring to, some people would think it impolite that he's the host, this is his house, and he leaves first. But again, he's a god. And so when you're dealing with gods and kings, it's a whole different procedure. Now you're about to be something, I can't say it's a tradition, but it may be one day, and that is when Rex leaves, he started over the last few years the various Rexes to do a gesture. And that's kind of new in Carnival, them doing this parting gesture. And let's say we have no idea what it is or if he will do it. But when Rex leaves, let's watch for it.
I think it has definitely become the newest tradition in the meeting of the courts, is the King of Carnival's gesture. And there's always good symbolism and meaning in it. Always very good-natured, good-hearted, and fun.
Tatum has clearly enjoyed herself. I mean, she's been smiling the whole evening.
And she's good at this. I love that the girls were so close ever since they were, young children.
So dear.
Again, we talk about the family nature of these things, and that just is a perfect example of it.
That dress.
Special moment right there.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Errol, this would pretty much be it. When he gets to the edge of the dance floor, he'll do something. I may have a little clue.
Oh.
See if I can interpret this for you. Okay, that's a very Burgundian salute.
Oh.
Sticking with the French theme there. It's also how, he's going to drop the mic. He's going to drop the set. Mic drop moment. Good, paid, stopping him from actually doing it. He tells me that that's the way that his grandchildren say that the end has come. The mic drop, the Burgundian salute. That's what they do in their family to signify that this is the end.
And how special is this, the relationship between the two captains?
You couldn't pull any of this off without those two captains.
No, that is for sure.
I gotta say, that's the most unusual ending so far.
And talk about the closing of the curtain, huh?
Okay, now here we come to the real ending. Here they're all lined up. Comus captain's in the center, and he's going to take the lead in closing the curtain on Carnival. Literally closing the curtain.
And here it goes.
Well, it may or may not go.
It will definitely go. There it goes. Sort of like a sunset, you know?
Yes.
Going.
Slow-mo.
Going. Going.
Slow-mo.
Gone, and there ends Mardi Gras 2025.
Absolutely. And once again, MKC, the logo, the Mistick Krewe of Comus. All right.
I'll say this.
Now it is time, though, to have our final question, our third and final Carnival quiz question. Take a look. And now our final question. Comus marched from 1857 to 1991. On what night during the Carnival season did the crew parade? Our prizes: a 2-night stay in a deluxe room at the Four Seasons Hotel in New Orleans on Canal Street, valid until April 1st, 2026, and donated by the Four Seasons Hotel, New Orleans. A $500 gift certificate to Plush Appeal, the Mardi Gras spot, located in Mid-City and offering Mardi Gras beads, gifts, decorations, and party supplies year-round, donated by Plush Appeal, the Mardi Gras spot. A Carnival necklace and copies of the books Louisiana Lens, photographs from the Historic New Orleans collection by John H. Lawrence, and Enrique Alferez, sculptor, by Katie Bowler Young, donated by the Historic New Orleans collection. A copy of the 2025 Rex Proclamation by artist Sin Carrier Soul, donated by the Rex organization. A copy of the 2025 Rex Parade Bulletin with illustrations by Caroline Thomas, donated by the Rex organization. A copy of Errol Laborde's book, When Rex Met Zulu, and Other Chronicles of the New Orleans Experience, published by Pelican Publishing. And a DVD of this broadcast. You can email your answers to carnivalquiz@wyes.org, or you can mail in your entry to Carnival Quiz, WYES-TV, 916 Navarre Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. The deadline for us to receive the entries is Monday, March 10th at 5 p.m. The entries must contain the correct answers to all 3 questions. 1 entry per person, please. Those entries will be put into a drawing, and winners will be announced on WYES's Steppin' Out program on Thursday, March 13th at 7 p.m. and repeated on Friday, March 14th at 10:30 p.m. The names of the winners and the answers to the questions will also be posted on WYES.org. We also welcome your comments about tonight's broadcast. Once again, email us at carnivalquiz@wyes.org. Good luck on our Carnival Quiz. And just a reminder that a copy of tonight's broadcast will be available by calling 504-486-5511 or going online to WYES's online store at wyes.org. The price of the DVD is $19.95. Such a deal. And by the way, our broadcast will be repeated in its entirety immediately following the completion of this broadcast. Thank you so much to our own incredible crew this evening. You will see all of their names in the credits in just a moment, but we have to especially want to thank Jim Moriarty, our executive producer. Look at this. Look at
everybody.
The crew.
What a setup this year.
WYES Chief Operating Officer Dominic Massa. Yay! Our Director and Technical Director, George Matulik. Technical Manager, Michael Kyler. Oh my goodness. Chief Engineer, Fred Barrett. Media and Technology Coordinator, Calvin Barrett. Videographer, Lenny Delber Sr. And producer, Sophia Volkarakis Hackett. And of course, our production assistants, Sharon Snowdy and Estelle DeVergis, and Will Morrow, too, very much at the helm there. Thanks so much to the School of Design, as well as the Mistick Krewe of Comus. Errol and Will, my goodness, we so appreciate your insight. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for watching. We now leave you with George Schmidt and the New Leviathan Oriental Foxtrot Orchestra with the Anthem of Carnival, If Ever I Cease to Love. Good night and happy Mardi Gras.
Good night.
I go there courting and crewing to my lover like a turtle dove, and swearing on my bended knees, if ever I cease to love, may sheep's heads grow on apple trees, if ever I cease to love, if ever I cease to love, if ever I cease to love, may the moon be turned to green peaches, if ever I cease to love.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comus is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans at Mardi Gras. At First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding ways to support the city, this uniquely New Orleans celebration, and special broadcasts on WYES-TV that capture the heart of our city.
Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com.
The Rink, a collection of shops, offices, restaurant, and bar in the heart of the Garden District, located at Washington and Britannia with on-site parking available. TheRinkNOLA.com.
Dreams. Dreams keep us going. Dreams keep us growing. Dreams keep us thriving. Hancock Whitney. Your dream, our mission.
This program is made possible in part by the generous support of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew B. Wisdom, celebrating the traditions, history, and pageantry of the carnival season. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex and is proud to support this special program. James and Erica Reiss, proud to support WYES. Hail Rex, hail Comus. Happy Mardi Gras. Brennan's restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Small home retirement living is available in Uptown New Orleans through Poydras Home and the Greenhouse Project, where each resident designs their days to be meaningful and bright. Gautreau's Restaurant and their newest concept next door, a venue. Standard Mortgage, proudly helping Louisiana families purchase homes for 100 years. Fidelity Bank, your local choice for over 100 years. Hail Rex, hail Comus, happy Mardi Gras. Chaffe McCall, celebrating 200 years of legal service in New Orleans and around the world. CAPTRUST, bespoke high net worth, family office, and institutional investment services. More information is at captrust.com. Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White are proud to support WYES and this broadcast of the Rex Ball.
Additional support by Bellwether Technology.
Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Home Care Solutions provides compassionate in-home elder care to keep loved ones safe and comfortable in their home environment while giving family members peace of mind. Galatoire's Restaurant, supporting New Orleans causes and cultural programs through its Galatoire Foundation. Gallo Mechanical Commercial Air Conditioning and Plumbing, design, build, and service for over 80 years. Gallo Mechanical. Additional funding is provided by Jonathan C. McCall and TLC Linen Services.
Hard to tell them no.